Welcome, clobberers and clobberettes, to CLOBBY'S Clubhouse. Number 40. What are we, 41?
41.
41, something like that. Clobbering Times number 399 on YouTube, of course, for 1,099 overall. And let us not forget the most important thing. Well timed.
There we go.
Perfect. CLOBBY'S Clubhouse, folks, the place where we hang out and hang out, and then we hang out some more.
And just hang out, yep.
Just
Hanging
shoot the
out.
bull.
And well, before we get started, we got because we have a new person here that I've never seen before. Gives us a 199 super sticker. Big Raj, hello there. I believe I'm saying that right. Big Raj, welcome to Clobbering Times. It's good to see
Big
you.
Raj.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep.
Very generous. So tonight, of course, with me as always is my the greatest first officer, in fact, in all of the fleet, the lovely, the talented, the extraordinary, magnificent Commander RM Briggs. Welcome, number one.
I never feel deserving of that intro. I love you, Captain. And it's pretty easy to be a fairly decent XO when you have a captain like I have. And I mean, I have you. So, and you're the best captain in the whole damn fleet. And look at this engineer we got here. I like this guy too. He's a pretty cool cat.
He's okay.
It's okay.
We'll keep him on as an engineer temporarily, though. So he's still
I'm still changing things around.
Yeah, welcome.
Those engineers love to change things.
Welcome, Chief Engineer Mark Deere with us here. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Thank you. Yep. Had a good day today, so looking forward to a fun show tonight. So as always, we always have a great time
today. That's 98 degrees for you Americans, or 97. I think it's 97, but it's beautiful here today.
Crank the AC.
I keep hearing about, and I'm not downplaying how the heat is, because there's a lot of horrible things going on heat-wise in the country. But for some reason, I think I'm not trying to be flip here, because as you know, we live in 10 to 12 months of heat down here every year in the horrible tropics south of Louisiana. For some reason, it decided to leave us alone and went to everybody else. It's like it must be a special occasion, because it's been relatively, but by our normal standards this time of year, has been relatively mild. We had a lot of, we've had some rain, some showers here and there and stuff, but it's been, for us, fairly mild temperatures, especially at night. But even in the daytime, not a lot of sun, fortunately. So we've been lucky, but at the expense of the rest of the world, it looks like. So cool off, everybody. And speaking of that, a quick show note that we'll say our hellos to all of our friends who are here with us tonight. Where am I? Okay. I want a big, by the way, big thank you to everyone who joined me for my early special show yesterday for my Blake 7 countdown. I had a blast doing that. You were all very nice, because I had to go in a certain flow, so I couldn't talk to the chat much, but they're all understanding about that. And I got it done, I thought, fairly quickly, probably too quickly. In fact, I'm mad. I want to do it over again, just because there's probably all kind of crap I forgot to say. But some people did leave some nice comments later. I do appreciate you all hanging out with me last night, though. I just love it. I got to talk about one of my favorite topics of all, Blade 7. And a little later in the show, after we do a bunch of stuff, I'll quickly run down the list again. So just very quickly. But I want to thank you all. What's that?
Oh, that's the link to my favorite clip from Blake Sepp. So Raquel, maybe you can upload it. Yeah, just
I'll try it later. I'll try it
later. Later, yeah.
Anyway, so show notes. Just anytime I see that the private come up, it's going to distract me. You know that.
Sorry.
You should be sorry. Be damn sorry.
Airlock me.
Let's see what's going on, though. Of course, a little bit later, we'll have a review of the Orville, and that dovetails with 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on the Great Stone Loki's channel, Loki's Mornings of Mischief. I will be on there, as we always have, as we've been, for this entire season of the Orville New Horizons, or Orville Season 3, to review the latest episode with Loki and the gang. And then tomorrow night, I'll be on with Nick's Comic Shop Talk. We're reviewing the classic 70s Marvel comic, The Man Called Nova. And then Saturday night Star Trek.
Dun, 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 dun.
We are now just getting started. Last week we started with our Star Trek Deep Space Nine review and our ongoing mission to review all of real legitimate Star Trek 66 through 05, except no substitutes. Now on the, I guess you could say, fourth leg of our journey.
Mm-hmm.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine. It's going to be a fun ride. So we have 4 more episodes for you then. I'm sure there will be a Sunday night geekery, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, right?
We'll be back. Yep.
I should get that poster so I can start putting it up. And then my great buddy J-Man and I, Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk, will be reviewing another 2 weeks in a row, a CLOBBERIN Classic Comics review. And J-Man and I will review Batman number 321, the 1980 classic. I believe it was 79 or 80, by Lynn Wein, Walt Simonson, and Dick Giordano. So I just picked it out of the thin air, folks, for no particular reason. That's Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk. So now let us say our hellos to our wonderful friends who have joined us this evening. How about that?
Awesome.
Let's do it.
The great bronze wrencher himself, Eric K.
Eric, where have you been? I know where you've been because you've been sending us letters to let us know that you're thinking of us. You're such a great friend. I love you. We love you. We've missed you. Nice to have you back, sweetheart. Mwah.
The wrencher of bronze, always great to see you there, buddy. Thank you so much for being here. And we hope you're doing better, buddy. The great Chris Persia.
Yay! Yay! Sending
Chris.
bazillions of kisses for your whole face.
Thanks for all you do there, buddy. Appreciate you, and thanks for that wonderful art that you keep making on over there in Twitter. Appreciate you so much. Our communications officers here, Anti-Derivative Jill. Hey, Jill, it was fun hanging out with you last night on our good friend Nerdporial's channel. With Mark and I were there with you really, really late into the hours of the night.
That was fun, yeah.
With our Orville,
what were you guys discussing?
We were doing a reaction show to the Orville. I was late because I didn't know it was going to be so damn long. Anyway. Gwagnar. Good to see you there, buddy. And speaking of, at our good buddy Nerdporial Live Forum, a gentleman who was there with us last night, Pacific 414. Hello there. Welcome, my friend.
Well, hello.
And the aforementioned legend himself, J-Man. Good to see you there, my brother.
How's it going?
He is the man, and he is Jay.
Did you want me to sing the Barney song, Chris? I love you. You love me. Forget it.
You should hear my version. You shouldn't hear my version. Sorry.
I know you have a dirty version. I was hoping you were going to interrupt and just take it away, Clubby.
I have a filthy, evil version of every song ever made. The Thing. What's up?
Yes,
it's Clobbering Thingering time. Good to see you, my friend. The great JT Kirk. JT Kirk, all right,
JT
buddy.
Kirk,
good to see you, man.
I love you, Kirk.
Good to see you, sir. I am Kirok. Again, thank you, Big Raj, for that, by the way. Thank you. Larry.
Well, you have to say it that many times. I mean, you could say it twice. I prefer to say it thrice because he is a wonderful man. Welcome, Larry. I love you, Larry.
Never say it too many times. Decepticon77. What's up, Sean? Good to see you, buddy.
One of my favorite people on the whole damn internet. Decepticon.
Yes, indeed.
What a sweetheart of a man. Brilliant, funny, cool cat. You have to check out his YouTube channel. And certainly, definitely when he's riding second chair with J-Man and they're doing their little talky talk. They have all different sorts of topics. They're just fun to hang out with. I love those guys.
Please go to J-Man's channel. They have, again, I was over there with them tonight, or watching them tonight. They have a great stream they do, Jay and Sean, and their buddy Steven, and many other friends who join them. Great channel if you love to geek out about comics and many other things, even wrestling. They do wrestling sometimes.
Yeah.
Wrestling. Yeah, all kind of great stuff. J-Man. Again, the only flaw with him is he likes a certain movie that we won't mention. But, other than that,
he's never seen.
No, he has another flaw. He drinks like silly drinks instead of just getting a Slurpee. I know. I think Americans call it a slush. We call it a Slurpee here. Well, but yeah, when he gets a slush, he gets goopy, eyebally, weird bubble tea things in it. He gets
the bubble tea where you have to have the big straw because the little balls get stuck in the small straw.
He was trying to convince Sean and I today that putting milky things inside of things like, Slurpees is somehow it tastes good. And then I was just thinking to myself, I love Jason, but he does like Highlander too.
Well, yeah, he doesn't like. He has never seen the theatrical cut.
Yeah,
that's why I give him slack. I give him some slack. However, I just want you to know, Jay, I might pick on you about movies and comics. Though I will never pick on you about what you drink, brother. So that's all number one. I disassociate myself from that criticism, buddy.
I love teasing you, Jason.
Jason,
put up your dukes, honey. Put up your dukes.
Jay truly is the man.
The Slurpees are great collectible cups, that's for sure. Oh, I have a few of those.
I love the old cups.
The vault. Oh, those are great, yeah.
The Great Hungry Boy, but I love the name that he came up just for the occasion of last night's show. Hungry for more of the evil romance betwixt Servalan and Avon.
Yes.
That is no romance, pal. Avon was smart, unlike idiot Tarrant, who should have got Avon threw her down to the ground and said, "Imagination, my only limit. I'd be dead in a week." Yes. Because he's the man.
He knew, but when he discusses the limits of his imagination of what he would love to do with Servalan, it makes you sort of go, "Oh, I love the way this show is written. I love this dialogue. I love these people. These people could be real."
Especially at the end of Traitor, as I call it, that line when he finds out she's still alive after the Liberator blowing up. He goes, "Good, I didn't want her to die that way anyway." And the camera moves on and goes, "I need to kill her myself." God, I love it. I love that season. Here we go. Hang on, everyone. Joe's Atmosphere. What is up, friend? Good to see you.
Evening, Joe.
Hey, fellow Louisianian there. Paulie, what's up, bro? At Latino Slant. Everyone, of course, if you have not already, please go to Latino Slant and subscribe. It's always good to see you here, brother. My good friend Paulie. Probably the first buddy I made when I moved to YouTube. And a wonderful friend and a great chap. Good to see you there, brother. Thank you for popping in,
congrats on the 3K subs. That's awesome.
Oh, you got the 3K? No one told me that.
He just tweeted today.
You little. Awesome. We got to celebrate that. Hey, buddy, love you, bro. And I'm glad you got the 3K, man. Paulie is, again, just a fantastic friend.
Great stuff on his channel. Yep. Everyone should make sure to sub right now. Someone throw Paulie's link in there. Get him Get him going to 6K.
Another spiffing bloke with a great clan, Dadman Walking 55, and the Dadman clan, Mrs. Dadman, and the clan themselves. Hey, Daddy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Dadman. So, Dad, I dropped a video today on a cell phone holder, and they have a sparkly unicorn, a puking unicorn cell phone holder. Yeah, I have to show it later. It doesn't look as bad as they're saying, but so Dadman plays Fortnite with a unicorn character, sparkly unicorn character all the time. So he's got to get that one for his car. Yeah.
Somebody please explain this reference to me, please.
The thing is constantly for all throughout the course of his history refers to my sweet Aunt Petunia. And for like 20 or something years, he just said it, and you always thought you just heard about her. And then John Byrne had got the bright idea to actually put her in the comic as a woman that was younger than him, as he thought that was funny, the jackass. She was actually hot. I'm like, dude, you ruined Aunt Petunia for me, you jerk off. Does anyone like what John Byrne did with Aunt Petunia? Screw him for that.
Like Aunt May now, as the younger Aunt May in the movies.
But she was only ever mentioned as my sweet Aunt Petunia. So the thing, she is our sweet Aunt Petunia there.
Well, I love you very much. Thank you very much, Thing. That's very kind of you to say.
Just don't say thing, ring, do your thing. You'll be all right. Mazerus, what's up, Mazerus? Good to see you there, Mazerus. And Boosh McFadden, hey.
Boosh!
Masters Maniac Mexico, hey. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. MMM, indeed. That's a good thing. That's a good, we can say MMM for short there. Let's see. I'm almost down to the bottom, folks. I had to pull make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Dave! Hi, Dave.
Dave is here. Dave, I'm not to the bottom of my chat yet. Thank you for popping in there, Dave. Good to see you. Nerat and Axamanda Bear. Hey.
Okay, guys, I have to put you on mute when because I have to open the window. I'm melting, and hopefully my neighbor's not outside on his stoop talking really loudly on his phone. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't the houses in Canada really far apart? I mean, don't you have all the wilderness and bears and everything there?
I don't know.
I know, yes.
I think I got everybody. Let me just make sure. I think I'm up to speed now. If I miss anyone, sorry, but we'll get anyone as they come in. We always like to acknowledge their presence and thank them for being here. By the way, big shout out and thank you to anyone who is lurking and anyone who may be listening to this on a download later. We really, really appreciate you, and would appreciate if you haven't subbed already, please sub, and please hit the like button if you would. I would appreciate that, but only if you mean it, though.
Oh, and thank you to everyone who shared the URL for this channel and for this show.
Oh, yes.
We appreciate you so much. And I have to shout out to Eric O'Sullivan, a fellow Irish person who is always watching this show, watching this channel. And I also have to wave hello to our great friend who has been with us since the beginning. And he's working a different shift nowadays, but I mean, he's still there and he's still our buddy.
Yes, his name is pronounced.
Hey, guys.
What happened? We just lose Clobby?
We lost Clob.
I was waiting for the punchline. And then
Clobby, come back.
Uh-oh. This is not a mutiny. This is just, I guess he got disconnected. Yep.
Well, that's okay.
So hopefully,
that's why he made me the second chair on his channel, which means that we could just keep rolling and the boss will be back. His
computer, the Enterprise had a problem with its operating system. I'm getting right on that, and it'll be back. I'll be back in a second. So we'll try to carry on. We'll do okay without the captain just for a few minutes. I'm sure we'll be. We can handle it, but not for a long time though. Oh, yep.
Yeah, we lost him. It's okay, boss. Don't worry about it. We'll ride it out until you get back here. Okay, so what is this that Boosh is asking me? Boosh says, I still want Briggs to say the Boston towns I named. Which Boston towns would you like me to name? Just go ahead. What accent would you like them in? I mean,
got to take your car to the car park.
Yeah, you got to take your car to the car
Fenway Park.
I love it, especially late at night when Mark and I are talking on the walkie-talkie with Clobby, and Mark starts to get tired. Oh my gosh, his accent just goes woo, like
it goes through the roof.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Boosh McFadden, I'm going to put you up on the marquee. And I am going to say the following words. Is it Woburn? Woburn. Worcester. Reading. Or is that Reading? It depends upon whether or not you're British or you're Canadian. And Billerica? Am I saying that right, Mark?
Let's see. That one,
Woburn.
I'm not sure to say that one. Billerica, no.
Woburn, Worcester, Reading or Reading, and Billerica. Dum diddlum diddlum
Worcester.
diddlum dum. Billerica. Dum diddlum 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 dum 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 dum.
That's why I love people say, well, I don't have an accent. It's like everyone has an accent.
Everyone has an accent.
They just don't, it's
Oh, it's Woobin. Oh, here we go. He's got it. Thank you very much, Boosh McFadden. He says it's Woobin, Woosta, Redden, Pillarica.
Clobby needs some chowder.
He does need some chowder.
Yeah.
Can either of you do a transatlantic accent? No, I don't think I can.
What's a transatlantic? What is that, like across the pond accent? Or you're talking British
think
accent?
of anything over the Atlantic.
A German accent?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. But I mean, isn't transatlantic indicative of someone from like a port city, like maybe, I don't know, Amsterdam or something? I don't know. Yeah. Bush says, Briggs, you got some Boston in ya. That could be Bush because I am, my DNA, like 98% or 99% of my DNA is Irish, and it's Southern Irish. Like the bottom, I don't know. I think it's like 12 or 13 counties of Ireland. My grandparents came here from Ireland.
Off the boat.
And then the other 1% is at the very, very, very tippy top, almost off the map of Norway. Just 1%, and all the rest of it's Southern Ireland. So I'm Indigenous Irish, or I guess what they say in Ireland, they call it ethnic Irish.
Yep.
Oh, transatlantic accent is Katharine Hepburn, fake Brit.
Oh. Fake Brit, yeah.
Fake Brit. Oh, yeah. You can't even. You can't even get involved with the British accents. They have like 99 of them in one city alone, and some of them are nearly incomprehensible.
Or a Scottish accent, yeah. And then we got also in the chat here too. We said Chris says Clobby might actually be in a secret meeting of the Comics Cabal as we speak.
Yeah. He is. He was called away in an emergency meeting. Bush McFadden says, "Oh damn, my family founded County Cork generations ago. I have been informed that before my people came to Canada, before my grandparents came to Canada, they were living in Cork. And before I did my DNA, my family thought that they were from Cork. So we have a lot in common, Bush McFadden. But once the DNA was done, that's when I knew. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to get my husband to show me the map again, but it's like 12 or 13 of the southernmost counties in Ireland. That's where I'm from, don't you know? Top of the morning to you.
You having some Irish coffee right now?
No, I'm having myself an iced tea. It's bloody hot in here.
Right. So Clobberin Times is having trouble rebooting his computer, but hopefully I said Oric will be back online. So, Oric can be kind of temperamental. So we'll see what happens, but I'm sure he'll be back. Yep. Oh, we got Captain Time Lord Spock because traveled downhill to the captain.
and that name's sticking now, hey? That Time Lord is sticking.
I guess, yeah. It was Captain Cockney Spock, and then I had him as when I first met him. I had him. What was his first name here? I think I have it written. I have it in my cheat sheet of all my favorite YouTube channels to put on my channel. It was Captain Hipster Spock. That's what I had.
Yeah.
Captain Hipster Spock. Yep.
Well, I like the Cockney one because one time Clobby asked me to go and give his show a watch. So Clobby was over there, and I went over and gave a listen. And oh my goodness, the Cockney accent is so strong. I could barely understand what he was saying. I was like reaching for the subtitles. Where are the subtitles?
Yeah.
I need subtitles.
Of course, they probably need subtitles for us too. So.
Well, of course, right?
Yeah.
And don't even get me started about so Bush McFadden is from Cork. And I have family from Cork. my family thought we were from there, but we're actually from all over on the very, very bottom, the very south. But you should hear that accent. That accent's crazy.
Strong one. Yep. So Bush is saying, if we both ask, he'll put his real face as his avatar. But that, we don't want to, we don't need to.
Oh, don't dox yourself.
Don't worry. Yeah, that's okay. Garcon looks pretty good there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Clobberin Times is back.
Hey!
So what was up with Aurak?
You
what
still
was he doing?
you still both have the con because I'm too pissed off to talk right now. I'm just going to curse a lot and destroy things. So
Clobber things.
yeah. God. Mother.
So what? It just blue screened on you?
Yep. It said,
Snap.
"Sorry, your computer is a piece of crap." That's what it said. And I guess I should, considering how old it is.
I was going to call him on that, Bush, but I just didn't want to. But you're right. It is Gaston, not Garçon. Garçon is
Gaston?
Boy.
Oh yeah, I'm mixing. I was thinking I was thinking languages. Yeah. I kind of got it. He is a boy, right? Technically.
Who is?
Parlez-vous français? Well, his avatar. Gaston,
Oh well, yeah, he's Gaston.
This
from,
is when
heathen.
Bush yells, "Fermez la bouche!"
You heathen. Yeah.
Yeah, and Captain Time Lord Spock, yes, he says, "Ha ha ha! The professor is not wrong. I am deliberately shifting to BBC received pronunciation, and I no longer know who I am."
Yeah. My computer's definitely no Aurak.
Yeah.
It's no Oracle, is it?
No, it's not that either.
I was missing
It
Aurak the
sucks.
other day, so I was making Aurak noises in the front room, and my husband asked me, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I miss Aurak. I'm making Aurak sounds."
Making Aurak.
It's like, I'm not even going to ask. I'm just not even going to ask.
Thank you, Ezra. I guess I could just say, "Villette weighs 73 kilos, Avon." I love Aurak.
Bush, I love you too.
Thank you.
No
Thank
strings
you,
on
Joe.
the. Oh, there's a new Pinocchio Disney film coming out. Not that we want to talk about that.
No,
With Tom, who's the kid? Was it with Tom Hanks as Pinocchio? I think, or
Barf.
I mean, is
no,
that
he's Geppetto.
Geppetto. Yep. My brain's not working tonight. I was in the sun too much.
Yeah, they're letting him play. They're de-aging him to play Pinocchio.
Barf.
Yeah.
Barf.
Garbage. Again, it's been done perfectly with a Disney cartoon. You don't ever need to do it again.
What? They're doing it live action?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are these people?
Oh, they've been doing these stupid
deranged?
live action remakes of Disney cartoons. Granted, those
For a
Disney
while.
cartoons are adaptations of older stories like Grimm's Fairy Tales, stuff like that. But still, they're perfect. Every single 99.9% of every friggin' remake ever made just shows you how great the original it was, especially when they're remaking a classic. I mean, it's
Yeah,
one
they're
thing
all
when they remake
classic
something.
movies,
It's not. When you remake a classic, I'm sorry, folks, you're embarrassing yourself.
Why
Jungle
can't they
Book
just
was
make
okay,
something
but it
new?
wasn't. None of it's
'Cause
necessary
they
though.
can't.
Just make something new, people. Like hire some writers. You don't need any more screenplay or telepeople. I realize that teleplay people and screenplay people, they're good at their craft. They read a story and they're like, how can I make this make sense on television? How can I make this make sense on film? But they're not proper writers. Go hire somebody to write something for you. Then maybe you won't have to just keep on telling the same effing stories over and over and over again. Oh,
I can watch Aladdin with Robin Williams, or I could choose to watch this new crap with Will Smith. Is there a contest there? No.
I've never seen that one, but I can't imagine there's any.
Imagine coming along and saying, "Yeah, I want to play a role that Robin Williams made famous." That's not going to end badly for you, is it?
no.
To hell with that.
Well, it did end badly for him.
Yeah, because it sucked.
Well, and the Oscar, the Oscar slap, right? Will
Yeah,
Smith
he didn't get
was
it. Yeah.
I gotta put
personas
my
non grata.
I gotta put my Bush up here on the marquee. He says, "Wrong, Briggs. Self-inserts and inclusivity are required."
Yes.
Right?
Bad
Yes.
Briggs.
They even did a live action remake of that movie. Was it that a Beauty and the Beast one? Does anyone even think about it?
I haven't seen
they
that
think
one.
about the cartoon.
Yeah, the cartoon's just so good.
Lion King too.
Just-
They did live action or like a live not really live action, but it was a modern
Yeah,
remake of the Lion
CGI.
King, for God's sake.
With CGI and stuff. Yep. Jungle Book actually wasn't that bad. I think out of all of them, I think that I've seen, I haven't seen that many, but Jungle Book was decent.
I can't watch any of those.
But you don't really need it though. You just, you know, and God forbid they better not do that with my favorite Winnie the Pooh. Live action Winnie the Pooh. We don't want to see that.
No.
Yep.
I'm
Although they did do that
Pooh.
movie with Christopher Robin, which wasn't bad. I have to say.
No.
When Pooh was a toy, that was kind of cute, but not as it real.
I'm not familiar with Night on Bald Mountain. I remember, you know, Escape from Witch Mountain and Return to Witch Mountain, Disney movies, but I don't know if I know that one. But there you go. And there's the thing. It's not, if we're talking about something that's so well known, like The Lion King or Little Mermaid, that they're remaking now as a live action, or you know, all these other movies that are classic animated films. I'm just talking about animated stuff. Remaking anything's idiotic to me. But I'm just talking some of these big time legendary animated films that are just huge. That you like, all you're going to do is no one's going to care about it. There's still the original will endure. How much would it take for Clobby After Dark special with all of his voices, songs, and would have to be great? Well, you're too kind, but you know, it is After Dark already.
Yeah,
would be, and it's I've already proven that I can't do anything special except when I was in special ed. But that's different.
Oh, Decepticons talking about Night on Bald Mountain. Yeah, it's a segment Fantasia. That scared the crap out of me as a kid. So that was the first movie I remember seeing.
I've seen that in forever.
God, Fantasia is just so incredible. And actually, you know, Disney was such an amazing technological technology. So they actually had a first version of surround sound in Fantasia. So they had special theaters where they set up because the soundtrack was so important to this Fantasia. So if you read about it, they had actually the first excellent sound system in a movie theater because that's how much you cared about Fantasia. So if you haven't seen Fantasia, the new one's not that good, but just seek out the old one. Yeah, Fantasia 2000. Yeah, 2000. But
I'm so happy I'm not a geek. People wonder why geeks are always angry. I'm so happy I'm a nerd. I hide in my books, and you guys get exposed to the worst filth. How you must be so cheesed off, like at least 80% of the time. How did they remake Fantasia, and why?
Yeah,
why?
Well, it's just like a new version. Yeah,
that's my point. The fact that no one knows about it, all these remakes disappear. In 30 years, people will still be showing their kids the Little Mermaid cartoon and the Lion King and stuff like that. They won't be showing the shitty remakes.
No.
Yeah, just so scary. It was just. Well, here, let me share my screen. I'll just share a couple.
Well, if there is another 30 years for the human race, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, here, let's share. Let me.
Right?
Kidding, everybody.
Yeah, it was Clobby's kidding. Yep.
There's going to be at least another 30 or 35 at least. Here we go.
So when this came out as a 4-year-old kid in the movie theater, my God, this, you know, I was like, I couldn't, and I couldn't sleep. And Mom's like, "Why can't you sleep, Mark?" You know, it's like, because the demon is gonna come and get me. You know, Fantasia's got a lot of fun, you know, fun scenes, but this, this was just such a scary scene. And that was just one of those memories that's ingrained in my mind as a kid, even as a 4-year-old kid. It's one of my earliest memories was seeing this movie. And I think this was rated G. I think so.
Yeah,
but
it didn't frighten me.
How old were you when you saw it?
I want to say, I don't know how old I was, but I don't know. I'm going to say late 70s. I think I saw this.
All right, yeah. So I saw this in like 72.
That's around when I saw it, early 70s.
Yeah, so it was a 4-year-old.
So.
Yeah.
Unless you're calling me a wimp, but just kidding.
She might be.
No, it's not that. It's also the fact that I think that a lot of kids who grew up in the 70s caught glimpses at the drive-in. A lot of people went to the drive-in. A lot of people went to the drive-in in the trunk of a car. And, when you've got like a triple or a quad feature, a lot of kids saw some stuff they probably shouldn't have seen. And so they got, I think some of them got a little desensitized to some of it. And the cartoon stuff has never really frightened me. It's the real live stuff, right? And perhaps I saw things at the drive-in that I should not have seen.
Yeah. But,
those were the days.
Yep. So, and here's this article too on, I'm a old time Disney. My dad loved, being an engineer, and my dad loved the technical aspects of Disney. So this is an article on the Fantasound. So the first commercial film released in stereo. So think about that, the idea to do it. So it's an amazing thing. So there's just they're operating all the 9 channels, just really high tech back then. So they used 33 microphones to capture the orchestra. So just really cool. I'll put that in the chat, but just a really cool, cool tech. As someone who loves that kind of stuff, it's amazing. History that's out there, and Disney was a real pioneer. So,
Boosh, let me clear some things up for you because I think our wires got twisted a little bit. I'm not in my 70s. I'm around 50 years old. I don't like to give my name out on the internet or my birth date out on the internet because it's a safety concern for login information, banking information. As a communications and technology scholar, I recommend that no one give their birthday or their correct birthday out on the open internet. So I'm around a half a century old. And I did have an impecunious childhood. So access to things like going to the theater was, they were few and far between because, money was tight and we didn't have luxuries like that. But there are times when I wish I were a vampire, Boosh, and I love your comments.
Well, are we ready to get to the business at hand? I guess get it over with.
Let's do it.
All right, everyone. Well, look, we're for better or worse, everybody. We're going to review review the Orville from this last night. I guess we are, aren't we? Since they went all that trouble to actually make it and everything.
Yep.
At least we can do is to talk about it, right? I guess. So, I don't want to give away how thrilled I am, but who's ready?
We are ready. Mark, why don't you go
I'm
first?
ready.
Well, before that, let me just tell everyone I'm going to put this timer thingy up here now. So, anyone who does not want any spoilers, if you've not seen it yet, while you see this thing up, spoilers will be mentioned while reviewing it. And of course, once this is gone, if you want to mute or something, and we'd love to have you come back if you do have to leave so you don't want to hear spoilers.
Yeah.
When this is off, no spoilering. So, you had super chats?
Oh, did we miss him when
No.
Clobbering Times was gone?
He said, "Did I read his supers?" I was missing for a while.
Oh, there was one. You got to read that one.
I didn't even see that.
Come back
on my side. All I have is Rogers, and Rogers is still there.
I'm backtracking to it. I'm trying to backtrack to it.
10:24.
What?
See, this is why we need the captain.
It's not even 10:24 here yet.
Well, 9:24.
I don't have that on my side.
Hang on a second. Let me backtrack.
It's not in StreamYards? That's weird.
I'm going back to it now. Hang on. It's taking me a while to go. It takes a while to go to backtrack that far.
What the heck?
Man, this thing's taking forever to go back.
I can see it on the YouTube side, but not on the StreamYard side.
If it's there, I'll get to it as soon as StreamYard.
I can't see it on the StreamYard side either, Mark.
No, I got to get to it yet. It's taking forever. It's just from my shitty computer.
Yeah.
This is like that time when I told you guys backstage that I couldn't see the beginning or the beginning credits or the end credits.
He said supers. There was another one before that.
That's crazy. Where?
Well, that was when I was down, I think.
Weird.
Yeah.
Eric, we would never ever ignore you. I love you. Eric's got a $5 super chat. Love you, Eric.
That's the only one I could find.
He said, and then the other one before that says, "I love you, you love me. Let's go make a family."
What?
At 10:15. At 10:15.
So funny.
10:15. It's not even 10:15. It's not even 9:15.
9:15. I'm time traveling. I'm on the East Coast. Yep.
time traveling.
All right, let me look. Hang on. Let me look. This computer. I'm not even going. It's not even going back to 10:15.
Something happened. That's why I can't.
It's supposed to go back to the beginning, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know how much.
Well, here I'll post it in the. Well, here I can share. I'll just share my screen. Here we go. I'll go up to it. Do it.
First, I'll address this one first. $5 super chat from Eric K. Sorry about that, dude. Maybe that was when I was thrown out of the thing. Clobby, come back. Any kind of fool could see there was something in everything about you. I'm not sure if I catch the
Clobby,
reference.
come back.
Oh, that song.
Any
Thank you,
kind of
Eric.
fool
Appreciate it,
could
buddy. I hate
see.
when I miss a reference. But I don't have the other one. It didn't. It's got my chat. It didn't go back to the
putting
original.
it up for us to see here, but it doesn't appear on our
J-Man,
side.
Yep.
J-Man,
Let me close that one. Yep.
transcribed it. He said,
There
Eric,
it is. Yep.
original super chat. I love you. You love me. Let's go make a family. I don't know whatever
So if
the
you-
price value it was of it. Thank you.
Well,
I
yeah,
know-
share my screen. Share my screen. It's
I
all
know
good.
that what that was in reference
here,
to.
see?
That was in reference to the crazy Barney conversation.
Yeah.
See?
There it is.
$2 super chat. Thank you, Eric. I'm sorry, but hey, pop culture curator, welcome.
Hello,
I'm-
pop culture curator.
I'm so sorry about that, brother. I had no idea. I didn't see
Love
him.
you, honey. Sorry about that, Eric. We're not seeing it on this side. There's something going on with
No,
StreamYard.
I didn't see it because I was out. So I don't know. Yeah.
I saw it, and then I'm just not as I'm just the engineer here, so I should have said something. Sorry about that, Eric. Yep.
I know number one would have started if she'd seen it. So, anyway, well, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Love you,
Appreciate
love
all
you.
that,
Thank
everybody.
you so much.
Now we're ready for our Horville review. Episode 9 of Domino. Everyone, spoilers until you see this thing off of there. We will be spoilering. So, number 1, if you would proceed.
Well, you wanted
Well,
me to go
Mark,
first,
would you like to
Raquel?
go
Oh.
first?
Sure.
Oh,
I
if
don't
you want
mind.
to.
Age
don't mind.
before beauty.
I always
Please
default to
proceed,
ladies.
Mark.
I remember I'm a chauvinist pig. I'd go ladies first every time. But if you guys now, if she wants to defer the floor to you, that's
Well,
up to her.
Raquel said Mark go first, so
We'll go for
I'll
it.
defer to Raquel. So yeah, so I did like this episode. We got, of course, we're spoiling our way. So this was basically the Orville does Star Wars, but I thought they did it pretty well. There's some plot holes and things that we dissected last night that I thought didn't make sense. But overall, I think it was a decent episode with a nice touching end and a good sacrifice by, of course, we're spoiling here, by Charlie sacrifices herself to save the Kalon, which was the big flip in the episode. So saving the Kalon from the alliance of the Mocklins and the Krill. So, we start off with kind of weird, they've got the super weapon all of a sudden on the Orville, and there's only a couple of things that were strange. It was just one device and one chip on the Orville that had this weapon, and Charlie using her super 4D chest powers, as they call them, and Isaac are able to develop this weapon using it was a Timus, the Kalon that they had captured, and
All of a sudden, like they have a weapon.
the emotional. Yeah, so all of a sudden they've got the super weapon, and it really did evoke, the Manhattan Project and Robert Oppenheimer. There was a lot of great debate that you could have about the ethics of, the Kalon do want to wipe out all living organic life, but does that give you the right to wipe them out as a race, even though they're artificial life forms that are they're sentient? But especially now that you've seen, Isaac has some individuality, and then Timus is able to emote.
Yeah, but the stakes are even higher than that, right? Because, as they've reiterated multiple times now, it's not just that they want to wipe out humanity. They want to wipe out all biological life forms.
Everything. Yeah. So they want to take out all biological creatures. So do the ends justify the means? It's the old the adage of what if you time travel, you find a certain baby and you take him, is it ethical to take him out before they've done anything wrong? And
the classic philosophy 101 first day of class, you want everyone to hate each other. That's what you ask them to discuss.
Yep. Or Precogs, a Minority Report, that great movie in terms of what do you do in that case. So and the Union is really modeled obviously after the Federation. So basically they've got the super weapon that just disintegrates the Kalon fleet to smithereens. I mean, there's not even anything left. They're just it's not even like the Doomsday Machine where it slowly eats you. This is just you're blown to bits. So the opening scene was the Orville and a bunch of Union ships surrounding, making kind of like a ball, and just I guess they were testing the weapon the first time to see if this would work. So basically, they know they've got this the super weapon, and they're gonna basically sue for peace. So the analogy to me, my interpretation was, the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they're showing the Kalon what this weapon can do, and they go to Kalon. I had problems with just the Orville going there, and I'd mentioned last night, what if all the Kalon ships had concentrated their fire on the Orville? It's not like the Orville is a huge, super powerful cruiser. They would go just with one ship. Didn't make sense, but they're blasting their way to the Kalon home planet, and they meet with Kalon Prime. Finally, they realize that the Orville's got this weapon, and they land on the planet. I had a problem with that, landing on the planet. I would think you wouldn't trust them, and also
seriously.
Well, it's not tactically sound, as my friend would say. Just a bad. And they also tell them that only Charlie and Isaac can operate this weapon. I mean, that puts a huge target on their backs too. And why wouldn't they have more of these? So anyway, but the Kalon, using their logic, realize they don't have any choice, so they've got to withdraw and have an armistice. So everyone's celebrating. They're celebrating. I think it was a cabin in Alaska, or they're drinking and partying. And they wake up in the morning with a hangover.
I always thought that was a simulator at first.
Yeah, I thought it was a simulator too. But they're actually, and there, of course, there's a cheesy singing scene with Charlie and Gordon. And
I wanted to crawl out of my own flesh and leave the planet. I wanted to crawl out of my own skin and depart from this world forever. Wow. When they were doing that, it was absolutely bloody awful.
Well, too much auto-tune. Grimes can sing in real life, but please, why do you shows we don't need auto-tune? Either have people can sing like Grimes. I've heard him sing at Comic-Con. He's got an amazing voice. Maybe Charlie doesn't have a good voice. I'm not sure, and
maybe,
Winters, but
maybe steaming hot hortas might fly out of their butts. They're terrible singers. That was awful.
What was awful? Yeah, but I mean, it's just the auto. I think the auto-tune kills stuff. But you're the musician.
It was
but
post-produced.
Too post-produced.
It was ridiculous.
Because he pulls you out of the scene. Yeah.
Yes, it pulls you out of the scene.
If you're playing acoustic guitar, you want to hear the imperfections too. But that's me as a person who loves live music. But but then they had the scene, and of course the Admiral calls them and says they have
one thing to let Dolly sing, but
yeah. And so the Admiral calls and says, the device has been stolen. So of course, this incredibly high security shock. So kind of like a scene from Star Trek 3. Don't call me tiny. The guy goes in and steals the device
at level 32, like we were
level
talking about.
32. Yep.
It's not a little jab at section 31.
Section 31. Yep. And there's a couple of inside people. So later on, you find out, I'm like, how the heck did they get in there? And they had the clearance from the Admiral. So you've got
Rogue Admiral alert. Rogue Admiral
alert. Yeah. So that was, of course, our favorite buddy from Cheers. What's the Admiral's name on the show?
Perry.
Admiral Perry. Thank you. Yeah. So he's
Admiral Sam Malone.
He's gone bad. So he takes the device to the Kalon, and he of course he foolishly goes there. I'm like, they're just gonna kill you as soon as you give him the device. And he says,
that was so stupid.
I've got to use my honor, and I'm going to turn myself in. And of course, the mustache twirling Krill, the Krill leader
or whatever.
Yep. So she
ruined her. Jesus.
Yeah, she's gone so over the top. So why don't we can't, they say, well, we can't let them know of our alliance with the Mocklins. So let's kill them. So so then they blow up Ted Danson. So he got his big explosion. Bye.
Sucker.
Sucker. How stupid he would be to do that, because he wants the alliance. He says our government, we've got morals, but they're not willing to go far enough. We need to wipe out the Kalon threat, which on some ways I can, sympathize with that. You know, the debate they have with Admiral Tom Housley before. So that part of the show I thought was evoked some Star Trek themes there with you know, and they did kind of do that, and they did have that compromise. Instead of wiping it out, we'll give them a chance, you know, for an armistice. But the thing is, as the Kalons say, you know, there's always a weakness. Isaac, just look at you. You're a weakness. So Kalon Prime, you said they're going to keep working to devise, you know, a way to prevent that super weapon from working. Which once they know how it works, I would think it would be relatively easy to figure it out. But so that's the threat.
Would it be though? Because they alluded to the fact that it was supposed to be booby trapped. And look, nobody give me crap for saying booby trapped. I have my own chesticles. I have my own boobies. No boobies were harmed in the making of this channel or in the making of this show. Anyway, it was supposed to be booby trapped so that no one other than Isaac and Charlie could touch it.
Yeah, which is kind of ridiculous. And then the other thing wasn't clear is like, would this have knocked out the Kalon across the galaxy? How powerful was this weapon? They kept saying the Orville, you know, could only generate so much power, and they said it could be unlimited. So they didn't clarify that. Like, you know, if this weapon
Why did
goes
they
off
need to
here,
amplify it?
yeah,
They didn't. They didn't even discuss its range, so that its automatic amplification throughout the universe seemed a little odd.
Yeah, or just make a multiple versions. Put all these devices at every you know, Union outpost or on every Union ship.
You can have more than one.
Yeah. So that whole part. I mean, I did overall like the episode, but those things, especially when you digest it a little bit more, when you know we're on that instant review with Nerdportfolio, it's you know, you're trying to think right after it happens. But yeah, so basically they're setting up all these fun missions. So once the Admiral has this weapon and they steal it, now with the Orville crew and the Union approach the Kalon and say the weapon's been stolen, which means that why didn't the Kalon then just attack right away? They could have just attacked right away.
Yeah.
But the Kalon somehow agree because that they need to get this weapon back, and then only Charlie and only Isaac can defuse it, like you said, is the reason they don't try to wipe out the Union. Or what I was thinking is they're fighting, you know, of course we know we're going to get this big space battle. They fight the, you know, the Mocklins and the Krill. You know, they could have just been waiting to let everyone kill each other, and then we're going to then we're going to take over the galaxy again. So, J-Man has got it going. So
yeah, sorry,
he
I had
gives
to
it
put that up on the marquee.
No, that's okay. Yep. So he gives it a 4.5 out of 10.
J-Man.
0.5.
All right, J-Man, I hear you.
Thank you for being here. And Bossman, if you wanted to read that marquee, that'd be great. J-Man, thank you so much for being here. Please support J-Man's channel, and you can find him on Twitter.
Absolutely.
And his URL is in the information on this show.
Hey, J-Man, thank you for being here, buddy. He gives it a story point 0.5, pacing 0.5, artistry 1.5, characters -1, or that's a 1, enjoyment 1 equals, wow, 4.5.
So 2 in each category.
Man, that's confusing stuff. I love how he does that.
Yeah, so 2 would be perfect, I guess, like an A. So 5 times 2 would be 10. So 1, that's like a C minus, I guess.
It's actually a clever way of rewarding an author, because what he's doing, what Jason is doing is he's able to shift how he evaluates something. If it's like, let's say, an entirely character-driven episode, he identifies immediately that it's a character-driven episode, and he assigns the points accordingly there. But breaking it down, it shows that there are other areas of the story could need work. So I really like that he does this, and that's a great review, J-Man. Thank you so much for that.
Yep. So the artistry, so artistry I felt was the strongest. So yeah, the special effects are amazing in this episode. It's just really, really good. Yeah. So they go, you know, of course they're setting up a big space battle. So the Kalon ally with the Union, which is something I never saw coming, and I thought that was an interesting twist. Although I think I have some problems with how they set it up and how the MacGuffin of this device didn't make sense. Hey, Orville Nation.
PJ,
hey,
PJ. Good to see you there, brother. Continue.
So, yep. So they set up this fantastic space battle. So of course it's in homage to Star Wars, but of course Star Wars is an homage to World War II movies. And if anyone here has seen the the Dam Busters, which is basically the Death Star trench is basically the scene from the Dam Busters, British World War II movie, which I highly recommend everyone go seek out and watch. So of course the Orville's showing off their amazing the special effects and technology, and we finally get to see these fighter ships, aka X-wings, do their thing fighting against the
but that didn't remind me of Star Wars, though. I'm sorry to interject. But
no, it's okay.
No, it didn't. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I could see it with many more ships everywhere.
They had a lot of fighting in the atmosphere rather than in the star.
Yeah.
The fighters, the fighter ships.
Yeah.
The way they were fighting just totally reminded me of Battlestar Galactica.
No, I could see that too.
The actual dog fights.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun to watch, though. I love those pterodons.
I found that part most enjoyable, but I just wanted to let Mark know that Star Wars wasn't the first thing that I reached for. It was Battlestar Galactica.
More BSG, yeah. No,
I think it's cool that you thought of Star Wars, because that's true too. Like, now that you're saying X-wings, I am thinking of X-wings.
Yeah. They're more like Vipers, though. They're a lot like Vipers, too.
Yeah, right, Clobby?
They're more like Vipers.
I love me some X-wings, and I love the. How about something about the original series, Colonial Vipers?
Very
as far as the stub fighter goes, like that's my favorite.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, both ships are the good guy ships are always elongated, long ships.
Yeah.
And the bad guys are always oval. The X-wing fighters got sideways ship, so it's easier for the audience to see the difference. BSG, you've got the oval. Especially the original was more of like an oval UFO type ship.
Yeah.
And the good guys have like a modern fighter jet almost without the wings. Yeah. So, and plus there's a lot of great the soundtrack was fantastic in this episode. I thought really
Bruce
great
Broughton
music.
I guess if he did all that music, I know he just the theme. Whoever did that was sensational. Yeah, great song.
I was. Yeah. It's funny you should say that, because I even have that in my notes. I was completely blown away by that baritone tugboat orchestration with the Kalon approach. Just that was so good.
Yeah, everything was the music, and unfortunately the missus was sleeping. I'm watching this at 12 a.m. or whenever it came out, so I can't blast my Dolby Atmos surround sound system. Gotta keep getting on the thing to keep the volume.
Were you shaking the walls, getting yourself in trouble?
I didn't, but that's what my system can if I crank the bass to 11, and but that's part of the fun of watching a scene like that. And you crank the music is so important, and the sound effects. So
yeah,
I'll have to rewatch that again. And also there was a lot of musical cues that reminded me of Star Wars too. It just maybe just my brain, but a lot of the themes. It wasn't. I'm not saying it's an exact copy, but just some of the tones and cues reminded me a little bit of some of the Star Wars music, which was a good, in a good way.
Yeah.
So that was
it was
fun.
It was very well done.
Yep. And Orville Nation's there. What good are some fighters going to be against that? Yeah. So the fun thing was, I thought too, that their mission failed. Actually, the small ships.
Quoting some Star Wars.
Yep. Failed. So they were trying to, you figure, they're going to be able to knock out the weapon. They're going to hit hit the exhaust port, and everything's going to be okay. The crew's going to be okay. They're going to have an alliance with the Kalon, and all's going to go well. But we end up having a fight between you've got they land on the planet and have this cool scene where they parachute in, aka like the Rocketeer with rockets, and of course you have Commander Kelly Grayson, of course, gets in a big fight with
Commander John McClane Grayson.
Yeah, gets in a what's the female, the head of the
Talela or
Talea, yep, Talea, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And,
no, wait, you're talking about the security one? Or
the
you talking about
the krill,
Talea or whatever, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Talea. So they set that, that it's all fast forwarding, but you're basically going to get the scene where they're trying to get to the weapon, and Charlie and Isaac are there, of course, and a lot of Mocklins are there with the krill, and of course you finally get your fight with Commander Kelly, and one-on-one fight. But I like, she's gorgeous lady, love her as an actress, but she's so damn skinny. It's like I'm just watching it. I'm like, that cruel lady's gonna toss you around, and she gets her head smashed against the wall. I'm like, how are you coming back from that? But of course, it's it's TV, so she eventually.
Well, that whole scene was for you.
Yeah,
You're
it
a
was
red blood male, and you were watching two of Seth MacFarlane's, well, not Ed Mercer's, two of Ed Mercer's exes
Yeah.
go at it in a hallway. It was chick fight. It was a slam down chick fight, and all I could hear in my head was George Strait. All my exes live in Texas. I mean, they're just going at one another, and they're and she's throwing barbs like, "Is this why you cheated on him?" And
chicks wrestling's one thing. Chicks in full armor beating the crap out of each other doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah,
As a guy, I got to say that that's not really all that.
Yeah, and Kelly
they're like
says,
dudes. They were just fighting like dudes fighting. To me, it could have been.
That's
dudes.
true. Yeah. No hair pulling yet. So Kelly says, "What does she say? You need a dermatologist or something, or some line."
Yeah.
Throwing some comedy.
And she
there.
probably didn't know what a dermatologist was. Was so.
But Kelly actually loses until Talia comes in to save the day and clonks Talia over the head. I don't know how she didn't kill her. I mean, poor.
It's the first thing I thought. Why is she not dead?
The poor guy, the poor engineer that she kept almost, Lamar. Like God, she'd gone right through it. But anyway, but then the main action is with the device, and they set up all these reasons why they can't deactivate the device. There's all kinds of TNG technobabble.
Tried it with the ships. They even flew in there and tried to Death Star it, and that was actually pretty good in the sense that they gave it a shot. We're going, okay, they're just going to fly through and Death Star it, but no way, don't work.
I like that they failed.
Yeah, that didn't work. Negative, didn't go in, just impacted on the surface.
Yep. So that didn't work. So you've got you got Charlie working with Isaac, and she's.
Oh my God! They gave her Adric's death. I just realized. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep. So they're working, and they set it up, and they're having some of the Moclans try to shoot Charlie, and the Prime Kaylon kills a Moclan, and the other Moclans kills a bunch of them, and the other guy ambassador is going to pull out his weapon and try to shoot. Of course, you would think they would search him, but that's another side, or be able to scan him. And then at the very end, when Charlie looks like she's going to be successful, the Moclan ambassador pulls his weapon out, and Isaac just shoots the weapons out of his hand. And the Kaylon Prime says, why did you not kill him? He said, Isaac said, because it was not necessary. And there's kind of a great look, the way they show the Kaylon, even though they can't emote directly, just the angles of their heads, the actors, and the way they stay the camera focused on the faces. With our faces, just two lights there, you can kind of see Kaylon Prime thinking, and why are they trying to save us? If this bomb goes off, I guess it was going to kill all the Kaylon in the whole universe, is my understanding. They didn't really clarify that. I guess it's inferred, or maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
But that I thought was well done, and of course you get not comparing it to Wrath of Khan, but of course the Spock sacrifice. So Charlie sacrifices herself. They set it up.
Did you just compare this to Wrath of Khan?
I said not to compare it to Wrath of Khan,
but then you did.
But
so you said not to compare it with Wrath of Khan, but
I shouldn't have said that.
So you said but. So I'm sorry. Now I'm going to have to ask Eric and Chris to take out. They're going to request your agonizer, please.
I should say not to compare it in greatness to Wrath of Khan. How's that?
No, that's still not acceptable. Your agonizer, please.
Okay. Yep.
Chris,
let me see it.
Eric,
let me see if I can electrocute myself now. Yeah.
Airlock him. Airlock him on DS9.
Yep. It's been hot here today.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. That's And so Charlie has got to sacrifice herself to set this weapon, of course, and then she prevent the weapon from going off. Excuse me. So Kelly leaves, everyone leaves, and they had a really well done scene where they come back to, they come back to the ship, and they're communicating. He said, Charlie, she's, what was the line? Charlie didn't make it, or Charlie's not coming back. So she sacrifices herself. Forgetting the exact quote, but it was just the look on everyone's faces. The acting was well done. Seth MacFarlane had some good acting there. And the interesting part is, Charlie acted like a Federation officer in my mind. What would do their duty. I said it last night. When Captain Kirk tells the person on the bridge to leave your racism in your court. It has no place on the bridge. Let's see. This episode is better than no.
I'm just kidding.
Fake news. Fake news. Yep.
Whoosh!
Yeah.
Get him, Boosh.
Get him. But that's what they were going for here. But I thought that was, that shows the Union's ideals and morals, which I like. They didn't compromise them. And, it is a tough discussion, too, in terms of, it
is.
Although the Kalon are not organic, to wipe every one of them out. And you've seen, and Isaac, so you sympathize with Isaac, you sympathize with their plight, and they've shown some capability to evolve. So the night, at the end, you see Prime One, when they're talking, and they said, well, why did she do that? And Kelly, she said she hated your guts more than anyone, but she did it to save you and to show we're not like your makers. And of course, Charlie's last line is, I think, I'll see you soon, Amanda. Or
it's kind of strange for a character on a Seth show to express a belief in an afterlife. But go ahead.
Yeah, yep. So she professes that. So I like the even though this was just a pew pew episode in a lot of ways, there were some moral quandaries, things that could be discussed. I thought there were some sci-fi plot holes and things you could pick on. But overall, I think for that type of episode, it was well done, and I wish we had more of these types of stories. Although I would like to see exploration.
I'd like to go back
more
to
exploration, which we said last night.
Science
and exploration. So hopefully they're done with this war, the war aspect of the show. But we'll see what's in it. Could be the final episode next week. We don't know. But PJ, thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you for the $2 super chat, Orville Nation. PJ, appreciate that, brother. Yes, that was it took a while for that one to hit me, and I'm like, sir. But that was amusing for sure.
Yeah.
It's Section 31.
Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I like Boosh McFadden's comment here. He never said, "You dirty rat, you dirty rat. Why are you picking on my buddy, you dirty rat?"
Yeah, right. But overall, I gave this a B+ last night. I think, and I think even PJ said it too. We wanted to see more, more science fiction in terms of, when they went to that dark part of the Krill space, that alien, that alien encounter was interesting. So, but this was well done. There were a few maybe political jabs thrown in there. Maybe the Admiral, they said he wasn't progressive enough in his ways. So I caught, and a couple other minor things here. Of course, they've ruined Talia as, the Krill's character. They've made her so over the top. They made her too over the top because she was more.
She's gonna be the next Darth Vader. Dun dun.
Yeah, well, they didn't even have a cape.
Dun, dun, dun.
When she leaves the room a few times, you can see her cape swinging, and
and you can hear the music. Dun 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 dun.
I'm disappointed by that because I really liked. I thought she could have. Certainly didn't have to make her. Not saying that she couldn't be an antagonist of a sort, but she rises to power like in 5 seconds, and then she's like a relative of nobody, a teacher. She rises to power. MJ1 Media, welcome, good to see you. And
hey,
then
MJ1 Media, nice
good night,
to see you.
Dad, man.
Boss man,
yeah. Good night, Dad, man. Good one, buddy.
Night, Dad, man. Walking. Good night, Dad,
man.
man. We love you guys.
All the credibility goes out the window, and to be honest with you, all that stuff about her having a kid with that I don't like either. Where they were dating for a while on the Orville. I'm not saying that it's unreasonable that they would not have had the relations, although how they were able to, how she was able to pull that off, mating with a human and him not knowing about it. I mean, in other words, how they're compatible without some kind of
help.
Cross species. Stuff like that, and aliens to humans, like Spock, for example, was very difficult. They've even talked about how that wasn't just a very simple process, just normally getting pregnant like you would amongst your own species. So that was a little.
Yeah. And so at the end, then that's that final scene where Talia, is captured. So she's gonna be tried for war crimes. We were debating what war crimes those were last night, but anyway, of course, there's no way they would release her back. But and Mercer's asking for his daughter, and she basically says, "No way am I going to release. As long as I'm captive, you're never going to see your daughter." Mercer
well,
offers
that's not what
to
she
give her
first
home.
says. At first, what she says
she's-
is she leverages her daughter and says, "You can have her if you let me out of here."
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely, PJ, and I had no problem with that. I love that episode. I have no problem with her being recruited above Ed for that reason, her doing her job. But even by the end of that episode, that she came back in when we find out she's pretending to be a krill. I'm just thinking I can't see her the next time we see her being a big like political rabble rouser and all this kind of stuff, and just becoming such a cartoon the way she has. I just don't like her personally.
So and there's another line that Jill quoted last night where I'm going to try to paraphrase, but I guess she basically says it was kind of a dig at religion too, where I know Raquel probably, I'm sure you wrote it down in your notes, where she says, what was it? I don't want to. I'm forgetting the exact quote, but it's basically she's saying that. My religion comes above my daughter. And that kind
That's
of
exactly what she says. Well, she actually says her culture, but
culture and religion. Yep.
Yeah, and the way that it's said, the way that she says it makes it seem as though the religion and the culture are fused.
Yeah. So I should have written down that exact quote, but
hey,
that caught my comic. Yep. So that caught my ears there too. And then they, of course, they give the eulogy for Charlie. No one else gets a funeral, and hopefully other people did get a funeral, but there are a lot of people that passed away.
Second funeral this year.
Yep. And I thought it was, well, if we're going to compare it to Tasha Yar's funeral, it was hell of a lot
I certainly did.
Yeah, much better job. And of course, Charlie, a lot of people didn't like Charlie, but I appreciate her eating pancakes with a lot of butter because that's the way I like them, unfortunately. So Isaac starts off with classic.
One day I'm going to slap you
Dave.
across the face with a very large pancake with
Me
butter
too,
on
by the
it.
way.
Just one day we'll be camping, the kids will be there, our spouses will be there, and I'll just walk up to you and just out of nowhere
slap me.
Such violence.
With a pancake. You want to know why? Because earlier you compared this episode to Wrath of Khan.
I didn't. I said they were trying to go for that. They were trying to go for that. That's my favorite movie of all time, don't you?
Well, just for that comment, because I'm not going to airlock you, because I didn't send shin kicks, despite the entire crew requesting shin kicks, and then to put you in the agony booth and then airlock you. Instead, one day when we meet in real life from out of nowhere,
you're gonna flap me.
Expect it. Whap! Right in the face of the pancake.
Well, as long as it doesn't hit the ground, so I can eat it.
There you go.
I won't drop it. I promise.
That's a fair cop.
But so the memorial was pretty. Isaac, he shows his humanity there, and he says the doctor helped him, but what does he say? But the content is my own, basically. So and touching tribute, and of course the last line where the dominoes, she's like a domino falling. She'll be remembered for helping to bring peace. And what was the line? I'm just trying to go on my rusty memory, but where the enemy, she made her enemies not what was the line? Enemies not hate us anymore. But yeah, it was a nice speech by Isaac. I'm butchering the last line, but I thought that was well delivered. Mark Jackson's a great actor, emoting through that suit with his motions, and I thought it was a nice send off and pretty touching. But now where do we go from here? So we're gonna get another space battle. The Mocklins and the Krill. What's happening with them? Are we gonna get or like I said last night, I'd like to see the Orville sent off for a mission of exploration, maybe, or leave it open ended if we're not going to get another season at least. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like send them off for a 5-year mission. So, but overall, I did like the episode for what it went for. If you're going to do an action-packed episode, I thought There was a lot to like about this, despite some plot holes and. But overall, it was a B plus. I enjoyed it, but that next episode is going to be really important, I think, to see where the rest of the season goes, and maybe do we get another series next year too? So that'll be interesting. So now Raquel's going to rip the episode to shreds.
Yeah, I hear you. Number one, or you want to?
Okay, let's do it.
Go for it.
All right, so the Orville domino. That's just how you want to live your life, right? Being a domino. Anyway, Domino's delivers in 30 minutes or less. This is season 3, episode 9. What was that, Captain?
I'm sorry. I said now I want a pizza, but
sorry, I want a pizza too. You want to come over? Let's get some pizza.
Yes.
Okay, so let's discuss some of the themes that are in this episode. Now, we start off pretty hot and heavy with this very, very hyper didactic, hegemonic scene where we discuss feminism. And we're discussing this feminism and equal rights and this sort of what's happening here in the context of this theocratic rule. And so we know that this is foreign affairs about Mina, and we know that they're referring to foreign affairs with Mina. So I didn't have a lot of hope because, when a bunch of people who studied cartooning or quit school in high school or maybe had a couple of, small classes in university and then dropped out, when they decide to do critical theory, when they decide to do semiotics, when they decide to do philosophy, and they think that they're going to become the instrument of edification, the moral and ethical compass for the world through this corporate material, I start to get a little bit worried. Then we quickly transitioned into talking about some doomsday weapons and then genocide. So we've got a lot going on here, and I'm just going to unpack some of my comments. I only watched this episode one time through because I just don't want to dedicate too much time to this stuff anymore. Why fly the weapon into enemy hands? And why are they going alone again? Continually, we see them do this in this show. And, at a certain point, people will stop believing in the show. At a certain point, people are just going to say, look, I don't want to watch this show anymore because they're going to fly into enemy hands. They're not going to have any protection. This such and such is going to be taken, or this person's going to be taken hostage. And so what they're going to do is these people who are writing for this show are actually going to spoil this as a device, and they won't have it available to them anymore because people will not feel a sense of danger. They'll be very ho-hum about a Union ship heading into 1,000 foreign ships or to a foreign land or to a foreign world with absolutely no help. And they could be, ferrying the Christ child, and they don't have a single security officer with them. So they're really putting the show in jeopardy here by constantly using that device. And they really need to stop it. I love the baritone tugboat orchestration on the Kalon approach. Beautiful orchestration here. It's so lovely to have this being a part of television again. There's the fact that Seth MacFarlane loves orchestras, and he has this wonderful symphony working for him, and he has this wonderful composer, or perhaps composers. I haven't looked into it, but they're really, really doing a marvelous job here. It's just absolutely beautiful. I love it. Then we have some cringe singing by the fire. Fireside singing, like, oh my gosh. It is highly produced. His voice sounds effeminate. Her voice doesn't even sound real. So it's so unnatural. It's like,
overproduced, yeah.
it's such a cringe fest. You know, it might induce some type of permanent paralysis. It might force the body to atrophy. There is that much cringe there. It's just gross. Stop that. This isn't the Brady Bunch. Don't do that. Don't do that. And then we have Kelly deliver the following line: "Let's get hammered."
Yep, I thought you'd catch that. Yep.
Yeah. Hey, remember that time when she thought that she could drink 3 2.6s of 90 proof alcohol? If anyone out there thinks that this is the kind of show that you show to children as some sort of instrument to edify them, educate them, entertain them, or it's safe entertainment, wow, are you ever wrong? Bordas and Clyden are too argumentative to be believable. There is a brute hostility between these two and that is totally unbelievable due to Bordas's chill nature. Bordas is a very, very chill person, and so that makes it that much worse. I mean, if he was a bit of a douchebag himself and those two fought all the time, I mean, they haven't even been together for but a minute, and they're already at one another's throats quite violently. And don't forget that Clyden stabbed Bordas to death over a small argument. So there's that, right?
Yeah.
I think, let me just check here.
We got some super chats coming in.
We sure do. And I think the boss wants me to
I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, boss. Sorry. Go ahead. I put a couple of stars on him.
Cardinal Sin with a 9.99. Excuse me. Super sticker. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. And we appreciate having you here. And thank you.
Cardi.
I must have missed. I missed one of them. Oh, there we go, right there. So, thank you, Cardi. Appreciate that, man.
Thanks, sweetheart.
So it's a #1 fan and a thank you stickers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that, buddy. I hope you were doing well.
Well, I'm at least happy that I'm able to see them now. I don't know why I couldn't see Eric's. Maybe something glitched when you got dumped off the stream or something. But I'm very happy to report that I could very clearly see them, and I was able to star them for you, boss. Excellent. Okay, so back to the grind here. Once again, Clyden has stabbed this man to death. They're horrible to one another. They're far too argumentative. There is an undertone of extreme violence in this relationship. It's just not believable. And I wish they would just leave it alone or tone it down. This isn't comical. And this is at a point where, you know, if you're taking on serious topics, that we could start getting into this idea of domestic abuse. And certainly being stabbed to death is domestic abuse. And Boosh has made a nice gift for my boss. Boss, you there?
There we go. Thank you, Boosh McFadden, for the $2 super chat. Hi, everyone. Orville is more Trek than Kurtzman. Well,
it sure is.
Well, of course. I mean, look, I have a lot of problems with this season. We voiced them. We made no secret about them, Boosh, but I love the show. I love the first 2 seasons of the show. So
agreed.
I don't even give, other than making fun of Klutzman trash, other than being mean to it, I don't give it serious consideration. So you won't hear a seriously considered review here, pro or con, about that trash, because it's not Star Trek. So
it's filth.
Whether we love an episode of the Orville or hate an episode of the Orville, we're giving it, or like take an episode of the 3rd season of Star Trek, the original series that we beat up on, or TNG. When we review those, even trashing them, we're still giving it the credibility of being a Star Trek episode worthy of discussion, great, good or bad. So whereas the Klutzman filth, the Jar Jar Abrams trash, and the bad reboot, sucker outhouse trash, anything after 2005, in other words, doesn't even get the time of day other than to make fun of it. It doesn't even get treated with any credibility to review it pro or con, because it's not worth it. It's all filth. So.
Yep. Agreed, boss.
Okay,
I'm going to keep going here. The sunrise scene that they cut to when the 2 women are on the porch and they look out onto the sunrise scene. It has to be some of the worst CGI I have seen since I paid 50 cents to watch the 1960s Disney movies with, Herbie the Love Bug. I don't know who cut that scene, but Jiminy Cricket. That was really, really bad. It not only did it not fit in the graphic, but it was comically bad. The device has very predictably been taken. The device has very easily been taken. Too easily. We knew this. Now, an author is beholden when using foreshadowing to create some type of tension. I'm going to say that there was no tension here. At no point did people think that that weapon was safe. We all knew it was going to be taken. So, tighten up your bootstraps, boys and girls. And then I've got Mayday Mad Admiral Malone. Just Mad Admiral alert. Mayday Mad Admiral Malone. And then I've got Admiral Perry gets laser cooked. I thought that was quite definitive. They laser cooked him, and that was the end of it. We won't be seeing Perry again. Why deploy the Union ships first when the Kalon and the humans first approach Mockless? Makes no sense to me. This is too easy. This is too dumb. Who planned this crap? The tactical as far as the Union goes is non-existent. These are nincompoops. They might as well be lemmings that you just run off a cliff. The Orville goes 100% Battlestar Galactica. It's pew pew, and then I put, and this is going to shock everyone, it is pew pew goodness. I really love the battle scenes. I love the whole Battlestar Galactica feel to it. I loved everything about that. I also love the fact that it was very immersive to have them fail. And to fail on multiple levels and to still, keep coming. I thought that was great. I absolutely love when Lamar yells, "Get your shiny asses down here." I thought that was such a great line that will go down
line.
as one of the best lines in Orville history. That was great. And I can feel in the writer's room, I could feel in this writer's room that one day we're going to find all the Kalon very endearing. There's going to be a lot of comical stuff. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff as these Kalon begin to love human beings and to want to learn from human beings, and sending a Kalon contingent to learn about feelings and to learn about children and to do all these things. And there's an entire generation of Kalon who have never had any experience with children and human beings. So there's some goodness coming here. And lines like, "Get your shiny asses down here right now, mister." I could almost hear my mom. It was great. This is the kind of high-mindedness that they mocked and chided Gene Roddenberry for. And then I put in parentheses, that is saving evil. So up to this point, we're supposed to believe the Kalon are completely evil. They're void of humanity. We know this because they're robots, right? And so we can think of them as being purely evil. But because we are human, the measure of how we assess our behavior, we're judging our own behavior, not the behavior of evil. And this is the exact high-mindedness that got Gene Roddenberry into so much trouble. And here the Orville does it, and I absolutely love it. Everyone is cheering for the Kalon to be completely wiped out in a total genocide, a complete wipe them out, because they're just machines. But the writer's room they pull a Gene Roddenberry. They say, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. The robots are entirely evil. They're evil. You don't have to feel anything for them. They're not humans. There's no humanity in them. You don't have to compassionate them. There's nothing there. They can't feel anything. But you can feel something. And so ought you not to judge yourself by your own behavior, then how it will be received. Very Gene Roddenberry moment. I loved it. The weapon takes the same time as the Riemann Nemesis device, exactly 8 minutes. And you can tell that the Star Trek people who made Nemesis are involved here, because that entire scene, like that Carson guy, he's got to be involved here. Everyone who was involved.
Was there,
Yeah, everyone who was involved with that, they 100% just did the Riemann 8-minute device. So yeah,
good,
Star Trek people
good
knew
catch
that.
there. Yep.
Yeah, extended chick fight. We have his two exes duking it out and beating each other up like men in the hallway. Good evening, Pat S.
Badass, what's
Hey,
up, buddy?
badass.
And then we have a beautiful scene of Prime learning from Charlie. And for once, the writers back off all of this, chiding and this hyper didacticism and this hegemonic talk. And they just shut up. They sew their lips together and they show us, they don't tell us. And it's a glorious moment when you're sitting there in the quiet and nobody's saying anything. And Prime is learning humanity from Charlie. That was also a great moment. There were very, very sad parting words on behalf of Charlie when she died. And I'm going to fully admit here that even though all of my friends make fun of me, they call me a Vulcan, they say I'm too rational, I'm an INTJ, and it drives them up the wall, I'm going to admit it. I got choked up. Like actually choked up when that young woman said that before she died. How beautiful. Yeah. What a great and noble thing to do. And such a beautiful and frail human being to give her life for this idea, because she was ordered to do it, because she believes in what she's doing. She believes in her cause. She believes in her duty. She believes in herself. But her parting words are a punch in the stomach to a mom, a violent punch in the stomach to a mom. So I got choked up. That was very beautiful. Why does Kelly take the Lord's name in vain? We see this again and again in this show. Devout atheists 400 years in the future, continuing to use the Lord's name in vain over and over and over again. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm an agnostic. I'm neither atheist nor am I religious. But I will say this. If you are coming from an atheistic bent and you're constantly bringing it up and it's 400 years in the future, why would you be taking the Lord's name in vain? So do me a favor, writer's room, go back, take out your shoe polish and polish your boots. Don't let that kind of stuff happen again. Find a more clever way of doing it rather than wrapping yourself up in that, because it looks very hypocritical and it takes you out of the story. Mercer finally asks for Anaya. This is the illegitimate child that he has had with Darth Vader. And prior, we had this terrible.
Hey, Max Redstone.
We had this terrible, awful. Hi, Max. Maximum Redstone.
Maximum.
And a Polymese minion. And the
Pepperoni.
Hail.
Yep.
Hey.
So I thought that was good. It was almost as if Seth MacFarlane realized that he made everyone angry because he brought up one of the most polarizing, awful, terrible issues that involves politics. It involves family. It involves life. It involves religion. And he just brought it up, slapped it around a little bit, and then chucked it away like it was nothing. So it was actually nice to have him come back and make a claim to his daughter, because prior to that, I did call him personally a coward. And I stand by those words. If you're going to bring that kind of stuff up and you're going to be the person who is the hegemonic device for a corporation in society, and you feel like you're going to edify the public, massage the public, educate the public, shape their morals and their beliefs and their ethics, and you're going to make statements on them, you better make sure that you're handling it in a way that's responsible. And he wasn't responsible last time. So it was nice to hear from Ed Mercer that he actually wants his daughter. A little too late for some, but at least he does it. We get a nice parting meeting, a nice negotiation with a Kalon about democracy. It felt so nice to hear somebody speaking positively about democracy again, because last time we were in San Francisco and last time we were with the union, there was some very heavy-handedness with regard to pure or ultimate or absolute socialism. So I really like the fact that finally somebody stood up for democracy on this show. I don't particularly think any of these nincompoops should be talking about any of these issues to the degree they are, and certainly not in a hegemonic and hyper-didactic way. They're in no position to do that. Most of them barely got out of high school. Anyways, The cheesy photo of Charlie at her funeral harkens the Tasha Yar funeral. A family photo would have been so much better. When you see her with the union, like with all the white flowers around her, and oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like you just you cringe so hard you want to stand
Well,
up.
they shouldn't have
and
had the
leave
white
room.
flowers. The white flowers are just
Get
the
rid
photo
of the
would have
white
been
flowers
okay.
and don't do a close-up of her that looks like a headshot for Hollywood. Have a picture of her in a lumberjack, in a lumberjack in jeans, posing with her dog or something. Anything, but just make it more realistic than a headshot for Hollywood, where somebody went into Photoshop and put one of their union uniforms over top of superimposed it over top of the picture. I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. I was looking at that and I was like, head desk. As an editor, I was screaming out, this is SHIT. Isaac. I love that Isaac's ultimate message, and for this entire third season, it has just been suck after suck after suck, which is unfortunate because season 1 and season 2 were so outstanding. But so far, we've had some pretty terrible messaging coming out of this third season. It's been insufferable. And finally, we have Isaac confessing that hate and intolerance can be overcome, even in mortal enemies. And this is very important because the filth and all of these new shows, even in these superhero movies, the young kids and the corporations seem to be conducting a conversation about how it's okay to be evil because evil people have excuses too, and how hate and intolerance cannot be overcome. And they're constantly selling this message to this generation. And so it's not authors speaking to an audience anymore. Now it's a corporation having a conversation, a political and ethical conversation with the public. And many times very young, where they're requesting to be represented, to be shaped, to be honed by the corporate ideas they're seeing. So I have been very upset to see that hate and intolerance flourishes in this corporate imaginarium. And here, finally, the sky opens up. The heavens open up, the sun comes out, and Isaac makes everyone at home know that hate and intolerance can be overcome, and even in the case of mortal enemies. So this is science fantasy, and this is action adventure, but we may actually be out of the smelly, fetid, shite-filled bog that is the third season of The Orville. And that's all I have to say, boss.
Great synopsis. Yep.
There you go. Well said. And as always, and yeah, can't really disagree with much of that at all. I thought it was fun on that level. I liked a lot of the act, especially look. I'm a sucker for fun spaceship battles and things like that. I don't know. I don't like the direction the show's taken. As action adventure, it was fine, but still, the episode didn't excite me a whole lot. A lot of those things that you bring up, I did like all of that stuff. There was some definite, feeling like the old show a little bit. Some of the Roddenberry stuff you're talking about, and I talked about this last night on the report. Until we get away from this war stuff, look, Star Trek, even on Deep Space Nine, I know people go automatically. What about the Dominion? Look, it was there, it existed. They devoted a lot of time to it, but for a couple of years, even leading up, through while it was going on, other things happened. And of course, that was not really a show about deep space exploration anyway. It was about living in the Star Trek universe, and it explored a lot of those aspects that had never really been explored before, which in a very cool way. And it was still science fiction. And yes, it dealt with future politics and different things like that, and intrigue and all that kind of stuff, and a war. And then when they got down to the nitty-gritty with the war, they spent a bunch of episodes on it, and then they left it alone. That's at least something. Of course, you had 20-something episodes at that point each year, so that kind of helped. You only get so many here. I I just would prefer it to be a show about exploration, about science fiction. Each week to not really be beholden. Each week to not be all that beholden to the last or the next. To tell a contained in a competent and an interesting story. And that's what in my opinion, the first 2 seasons did so well.
Yeah, a very episodic. The first 2 seasons were very episodic,
Yep.
and they were not a push for layperson sociology. And
they weren't.
There, as somebody who's actually studied this stuff, you know, in academia, I have to agree with you, Clobby. I think that that what has gone on in the 3rd season, if they want to do that kind of stuff, they have these corporate writing teams, then they really need to bring in a sociologist. And certainly, if you're going to try and use critical theory, and this show has tried to use critical theory, it can't be people who, you know, studied cartooning at trade school. It has to be people who actually study critical theory. I'm not volunteering for the job. I want absolutely nothing to do with it. But I am saying that if you are going to try and use advanced graduate studies, that you need to call in an expert and make sure that when you're wielding something as a tool, that you understand it as a weapon.
And they did, yeah. And so, yeah. And again, it's just not, this whole year it's not doing what except for the first episode of the season, it's not being the show I wanted it to be. I guess that's why I'm so disappointed. Even if episode 4 and 5 hadn't pissed me off so much with all that horrible political stuff, and that's kind of where the show went down the drain for me. Even without that, I would find it to be a very lackluster season and a show that has really changed. And I know it was 3.5 years, and I was not if none of that had happened, if it didn't really piss me off with the deeply political stuff, I still would be pretty disappointed, but I just wouldn't be quite as angry. So this episode, for what they're trying to do, and they've set a lot of things up, so they had to deal with it, for being an action adventure episode, works fine. But aside from that, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. They're just really not making the show that I wanted to see right now. And again, not all that damage is permanent or irreparable, including some of the things they've done with some of the characters that I have a problem with. I think this episode at least shows us that it's not irreparable. You can still do something fairly entertaining, although certainly not all that substantive, in my opinion. They haven't wrecked all of the characters except for 1 or 2 that I don't know what they can do with those incidental characters. They definitely brought along Charlie so they could kill her in 9 episodes. Again, nothing against her. I don't hate the character. I think she's fine. They did a good job with what they were doing with her. Lovely, wonderful, lovely actress. She's wonderful. But I didn't feel it as much because I kind of had a feeling they were setting her up for something like that. If they killed one of the main characters, it would have been a gut punch. I mean, this was touching. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I didn't feel it a whole lot because it wasn't someone I thought was going to be around that long. So, and it was fine. But it wasn't like they killed Borders or Kelly or Ed or Gordon or whomever. It didn't have that kind of weight to it, but it was okay. It was nicely done. I didn't feel a lot. I was walking away.
I kind of did choke up a little bit. I have to admit.
I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't touching around. I'm just saying,
but it
didn't really feel all that. I was like, okay, I get you. No, it was touching.
Well, it's a character you're not invested in as much as one of the other main characters.
You could tell she was brought in to do that, except they gave her 9 episodes and they developed her in some ways. She's all right. Nothing against her. I like her, and of course, again, she's. But
she did get a lot of hatred on the.
A lot of people don't like her. I know a lot of people
that doesn't make any sense.
I don't hate her. I mean, I think
she's a beautiful young girl. She never hurt anybody in her life. No, and for most of her character, yeah, I know, but for most of her character, she was literally playing the part of Isaac Asimov. She was saying all the things that he would say, in refutation. And so, we can't, or Stephen Hawking, we can't trust the robot. The robot should be provisioned in this way. The robot should have a limitation this way. And then when the robot goes nuts and tries to wipe everyone out, you know what I mean? Like, she's always there as your warning signal. So I don't understand.
No, her character made perfect sense. I mean, she's a lot. She could be the only one in the Union that harbored definite ill will toward the Kalon, and she has to work with one. So it was fine.
That's right.
Nothing wrong with that. It was perfectly fine. I have nothing against her. I thought it was an interesting scene. I just, again, like I'm saying, it's not like it was a character that we knew was going to be along for the longest time.
It wasn't a total shock when you could see.
And
it
was
coming,
not. There was nothing really shocking.
But it was
again,
well
that's
done,
not here to there. The episode
what I find shocking is that in the third season, from episode 3 until episode 8, it was 100% a sociological show that was using the show in as an implement, and it was very forthcoming in that way. It was naked. You could see it. It was naked. That it was a representation of Seth MacFarlane's Twitter. And he was dumping ideas from that, from episode 3 all the way to episode 8. He was dumping ideas from there, either fully formed or halfway formed. But it was obvious. It was obvious to an academic like me, and it was certainly obvious to somebody like me who has studied critical theory and definitely studied communications theory. And it seems like it's a very popular thing in the United States right now to have all these people who work in Hollywood, most of which, or many of which, haven't even finished high school. Many of them quit high school because they want to go pursue their dreams, thinking that they can do communications theory, that they can do critical theory, that they can dive into hegemony and didacticism and use billions of dollars to turn a corporation into the same sort of mechanism as the church in years past, before we had a printing press, before we had celluloid, before we had radio. And so for me, that's a very dangerous thing that people need to recognize. They need to realize that that's not their opinion or how they feel. It's got nothing to do with their fifis. It's actually happening. They're using this show as an implement for sociology and partisanship. And to call it that, I think is important, because first of all, it represents reality, and second of all, it might help people to push past why they don't like these particular episodes, and maybe we can get back to making some episodic science fiction again, instead of sitting around in Dante's Inferno, trying to figure out who all the baddies are in our society and wagging our fingers at them and thinking that we're going to shape culture on a go forward basis. I don't think anybody should look to a corporation to shape their culture, their beliefs, their values. Don't look to a corporation for any of those things. Don't.
Yeah. No, thank you, Larry.
Yep.
For the $2 super chat. He says, love the people here. Raquel, Globby, Mark, top notch. Well, you were top notch as well, my friend, and I thank you so much for that. You were too kind. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Larry. Well, just that ending speech, I kind of butchered it when I was trying to remember it, so I found the quote. But Isaac just really, if we got more of this season, I think this was a great way to send Charlie off. And so he says read this part of the eulogy there. So Isaac says, my understanding of her remained incomplete. She had an impressive brain for our biological. She perceived the universe in many ways others could not. Ensign Burke regarded me as an enemy. Yet despite her animosity, she chose to save my life when no one else was able. In the final seconds of her own life, Ensign Burke substantiated for all the galaxy her true nature, one of integrity and selflessness. And in her sacrifice, she inspired the enemies of the Union to become friends. Her existence was brief, but much like the first domino in a succession, her impact will be felt far into the future.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'd like someone like Isaac to write my eulogy someday. I mean, that's just so touching and so
do you hear
heartfelt.
all that hope?
The hope, and it's
don't
brilliant
you just
writing.
Feel this
brilliant
swelling of hope?
Yeah, you felt really good at the despite her sacrifice at the end of the episode, and this is coming from a robot. This is coming from an allegedly emotionless being. So, that's of course we had Mr. Spock and Star Trek, you had Data and TNG, and obviously Orville is a tribute to the better parts of TNG, and that's why I think Isaac and Bortus are just some fantastic characters, especially Isaac. Just his arc this season, that first episode was so hard hitting and so well done. think that's one of my favorite episodes of the Orville. Looking back, having time to digest it, and then coming, fast forwarding to this episode, skipping some of those other ones. This is just really
you could burn 3 to 8. Just burn them.
And you had a couple of good scenes with Isaac and Charlie working together, which kind of, through that arc. But yeah, this was just a great sci-fi concept in the end here, and really that's why I kept saying it's very Federation, like very Star Trek in terms of the sacrifice and standing up for your ideals. So I really like that. This speech wasn't talking down to you; it was talking up to you. It was really well done.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly where it should have stayed. I think that it's bizarre that the American people, that there is a very large segment of the American population and certainly the Canadian population as well, perhaps even a good percentage of the Western world, it seems to be obsessed with putting a corporation in charge of what it should think, what it should believe, what it should see, how it feels, to make it look like them. And I can't believe that is what people want. I think, and not to speak poorly of others, but I'm just going to be frank here. Back when these type of dystopian and sort of stories came out, it was because people were crying out for a medium in which they could reach past their local newspaper, they could reach past their local families and friends, their local ecosystem. They were desperate to hear other people's feelings, and they wanted to see and feel and hear the world and sense the world, because so much of the world had not been seen by generations previous to this. It was just, you couldn't afford it. In the 1970s, families didn't just fly all over the place. I mean, if you got to fly out to Ontario to see grandma one time, it was like a lifetime trip. And so that's why a lot of these dystopian or these didactic types of, or these hegemonic types of entertainment came to life. And people really, really love them. But that's a great deal of socio-historical context that people need to swallow and then sort of figure out, because we don't live like that anymore. We now live in a modern world where there is a 360-degree marketing. You're walking around with a phone in your back pocket that's tracking every single thing you do, where you are in your house, what you're eating, what music you're listening to, if you used your rewards card at Starbucks, or if you went over here or went over there, or if you picked up your dry cleaning. And everyone is on social media discussing their most intimate feelings, their political feelings, things that used to be taboo. And that is to talk about intimate sexual desires, religion, politics. These are all things that people wouldn't really holler about in public before. But
and
now
you couldn't make it public. There was no way to communicate it too.
That's right.
Your circle was so limited. Now we can, everyone's posting on Twitter, which is really cool. Their circle of friends or contacts, that app that does it. But you're in Canada right now. CLOBBERIN, I'm in the Northeast, and
that's right.
CLOBBERIN's down. We're having a conversation like we're all in the living room together.
Yes, but the most important thing is that as a social scientist, as a communications and technology scholar, what I see again and again and again, and I would like to see some studies on this, so that it's not anecdotal, but certainly collecting it goes beyond anecdote, and that is people on social media who are using their real names. They're not bots. And they're crying out to escape this stuff. They want to get away from everyone constantly talking about their sexual desire, their religion, and their politics. And it's because it's very divisive. We live in a very multicultural society. We live in a very multicultural world. And now we're interconnected. We're in the shite together now. And we're talking about it 24 hours a day. We're reading it 24 hours a day. And so I have a message for these people who are trying to use what I've studied for years in university, willy-nilly, like it's nothing to them. you're not living in a time where this stuff is good for people. If you really want to do something and make your mark, make something for people that will bring people together again. We don't need more divisiveness. We do not need more political conversations. We don't need more conversations about, sexual desire. We don't need more conversations about religion. What we need is to be able to have arts and entertainment that allows people to come together to celebrate the beautiful things that human beings can make. And we're going to reach a breaking point. We're going to reach critical mass. The apex will eventually arrive. Throw whatever metaphor you want at it, where people will refuse to watch this stuff anymore because people are exhausted by these topics. And so I'm going to call the Orville out on this and say that season 3, episode 3 to episode 8 sucked. And if you think you're doing something great and wonderful by regurgitating your Twitter onto celluloid so that people will watch it, you're not doing anything great. Certainly not doing anything great for a corporation. And many of your messages, I will say, as a scholar, are not good messages. You're using critical theory as a tool, but you do not understand it as a weapon. And so I take what Clobby says and I support what he says, because what he is saying is the feeling, I think, of millions of people, millions of rational minds who don't want to gnash at teeth and hate their neighbors and to be constantly stewing in this stuff. Art is beauty. Entertainment is beauty. We can create wonderful things that are reflections of our aspiration, of our talent, of our better natures. We don't have to be marinating in this fetid shite all the time. And we need to take a look at that socio-historical context and call it like it is.
Yeah. Well said. Hello, Stephen Ernest. Welcome, by the way.
Hey, Stephen Ernest. Yep.
Good to see you.
Well, yeah, in the old days, you never talk about sex, politics, or religion, right, in polite company. And now there's not that I'm saying we go back to those days entirely, but everything is too wide open, and the TMI or too much information, and basically these corporations are just taking beloved IPs and just as you said so eloquently, just turning them into money making. And just they don't really care about the properties, and it's you can see it in a lot of the stories that we're getting, the way that they're telling some of these classic stories. So, Lord of the Rings, the whole controversy about what's happening with that. Obviously we haven't seen it yet, so I always reserve judgment until I see something. But the alleged changes they're making and the things they're saying about that. Of course, Peter Jackson so brilliantly said, "We're not going to put our ideas in the story. We're going to give Tolkien's point of view and tell his story." And now these storytellers, we always see these self inserts, and that never goes well. And trying to put their morality or input into a series that or an IP that never had that, and it just wrecks those shows. So. And you just said it so well, but I think sometimes things come around, and the Orville. A lot of people, most people didn't like those episodes 3 to 8, and some people did. But if they gave us more episodes like that first 2 episodes in this last one, I'd be a lot happier, and hopefully the series will continue in that way. And heck, I hope we don't get a ton of sci-fi shows, so I'm hoping the show gets renewed.
Sci-fi would be nice right about now, but I just want to interject quickly, though, to say that, a lot of people are hiding behind this idea of, well, I like 3 to 8, and I didn't feel that. I didn't see that. It doesn't matter if you have on silk blinders, and it doesn't matter if you feel it or not. It exists, and it is there. 3 to 8, very, very clearly, I am telling you as a scholar, 3 to 8, very, very clearly, are semiotic messages about partisanship, about governance, about many, many issues. And it doesn't matter whether or not you can see it. It's actually quite frightening that some people are saying that they can't see it. But this is sociological fiction. It's being used as a form of propaganda, edification, hegemony, didacticism. So for people who have, had a little bit of backlash with Clobby, or a little bit of backlash as individuals on Twitter, it's not up for debate. I'm telling you 100% it's there. Whether or not you recognize it is immaterial. And to say that it doesn't exist because you don't see it is ridiculous. It's there. This is a genre of science fiction, sociological science fiction, and Seth definitely used it from episode 3 to 8. And let's hope he doesn't ever do it again, because as much as I respect cartooning, I think it's absolutely wonderful. I think it's great that he went to trade school and he learned to be a cartoon guy. I think that he's marvelous. You can't Google a graduate degree in comm theory. It's not a side hustle. So anyway, I just wanted to make that clear, because I've seen Clobby in some conversations in and around the internet just in general, and people sort of saying to him, well, how do you see that? I didn't see that. I want those people, all of those people, whether they know Clobby or not, even the people who I've seen having the conversations on Twitter, you need to realize that it doesn't matter if you see it or not, because it's actually there. If you want to pretend that it's not there, that's different.
Episode 4, first few minutes of watching it, I was texting you guys on the walkie-talkie because I was doing a review that night with Nerdporio, and we try to stay away from politics as much as we can, and that episode was just had a very loud hammer banging, or it wasn't so subtle, but so that episode in my mind was the biggest what's the right word? Violator of that tenet of
propaganda, pure simple propaganda. Hello there, Oliver Belamonte. I will get to that question in a minute. So are we done with this show for this week?
Yes, we are.
All right. Just want to be sure if you are.
Yes.
It's okay. And what I'm going to take this off now. So boom.
Hey, Retro Blessing's here.
Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, dude? No, I assure you, it was Klutzman cares about Star Trek, and I can't keep a straight face. Oh man, hey, but good to see you, Retro Blasting. Good to see you there, buddy. Absolutely. Oliver Belamonte asked, because we did, man, what a brutal week for big time losses. A lot of people, unfortunately, passing away. Paul Sorvino, Tony Dow, Hugh Jones. That was a different one. Bernard Cribbins from Doctor Who. That's huge, man. Old Wilfred. And, of course, the great David Warner. And Oliver Belamonte asks, Clobby, Mark, Raquel, which role of the late David Warner in Star Trek was memorable to you? John Talbot from Trek 5, St. John Talbot from Talbot 5, Leslie Chancellor Gorkon from Trek 6, or Gul Madred from TNG? Well, I'll take first before we go into that, Oliver, he was such a great actor. He was brilliant as Jack the Ripper in the great film Time After Time, directed by Nicholas Meyer. Even though it was directed by Nicholas Meyer, I don't hold that against the film or Wrath of Khan either. Let's see, he was brilliant in one of my all-time favorite films, Tron. He was extraordinary as the voice of Ra's al Ghul in Batman the Animated Series. He has been on Doctor Who. He has been on. Well, he's been on in so many things, including, as you've mentioned, Star Trek on these no less than 3 occasions. 2 movies back to back, in fact, Trek 5 and Trek 6. And then, of course, the appearance on TNG. So I don't know if I could pick which one I liked him, because he's just such a great actor. I'm one of the few that has a lot of problems with Star Trek 6. He was playing Gorbachev, Gorkon stuff. Doesn't take away from his performance is great no matter what.
He was great in that, though. He was great,
He didn't get a lot to do in Trek 5 either, but what he did, of course, is always good. So I'd actually say that is a pretty scary and very interesting performance as Gul Madred in that episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. So I don't know if I'd pick a favorite or more memorable, but that was pretty memorable, even though that wasn't one of my favorite episodes or anything. He was terrific in that. So I'll let Raquel and Mark see what they have to say about the late great David Warner.
What did you go ahead, Mark?
Okay, yeah. Well, thank you, Raquel. I think that's a sign of a great actor who can play all these different roles, and sometimes you actually, and of course the makeup helps sometimes with with Star Trek and some of the roles, but just a really charming actor who could play a good guy or time after time, or excuse me, a bad guy, or then switch to a good guy. Just loved his range, and there was something about his eyes, and and that just a really charming person, and loved all those roles. And of course, the four lights, as Max Roadstone is saying, there are four lights. What a great great performance in that episode. So and you're doing that behind piles of makeup too. So I always give actors even more credit for something like that. So yeah, another tragic loss, and just enjoy those episodes. If you haven't seen Time After Time, I don't know.
I love that movie.
Streaming. I just always and when a movie grabs you, you see a movie for the first time, like, oh wow, this is great. Just gotta watch this again. Just love this movie. So I've always pulled that DVD out. If we're trying to pick a movie that when you had the old Blockbuster syndrome, when you're walking around the Blockbuster with your friends trying to decide a movie. I mean, that's a good go-to movie if someone hasn't seen it, and really enjoyable.
I love that film.
Yeah. So, it's a sad loss, but he'll live forever with those great roles. Yep.
Paul Sorvino also was on an episode of Star Trek and a lot of good stuff. Great actor, good dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was Worf's brother. Yeah.
Tony
His
Dow,
beautiful daughter, poor thing.
Yeah. Absolutely. Tony Dow, of course. Wally Cleaver. So what about you? Any thoughts on David Warner, number one?
I did really love him as Chancellor Gorkon. I do have some issues with that movie as well, right alongside Clobby. As you all know, you watched our reviews. He is Gorbachev. They barely even change his name, but he turns in a great performance.
Oh yeah.
I just wish that he had more screen time, and that it was it played out better for him. But obviously, I think that he's magnificent. Gul Madred. I actually think that his performance as Gul Madred was so good that Poopy Stew's terrible performance is enhanced by it. Do you know what I mean? I
knew it.
Like Gul Madred talks, and you're like, your spine starts to shiver, and you're like, oh my goodness, David Warner this isn't David Warner anymore. David Warner has become Gul Madred. This is awful. This creature is evil, and it's doing this in front of its own child. This thing is an evil thing. This is a demonic thing. And then you have this goofy nincompoop who just delivers the most cornball, ridiculous, annoying performance. And I feel bad. I feel bad for all Gul Madred and David Warner fans because he had to share a stage with Poopy Stew. That was terrible. Poor guy. Ruined everything.
That's an original take, we'll say. Yep.
Yes, it is. Well done. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, come on. You're telling me that you felt compelled when he was like,
when I first saw it, I didn't. I kind of glossed that over, but then you opened my eyes. So, but yeah, his performance is over the top. But
just the way he shakes his head, I don't know.
Warner's much more subtle in the way that he
is, and diabolical,
more
and
believable,
nuanced, and grown up.
Poopy Stew's strength as an actor is when he's being more reserved, when he's giving a Picard speech about something, when he's speaking in low tones, talking about the magnificence of human beings, when he's lecturing Q, when he's talking about when he's trying to convince the woman and who watches the watchers, when he's talking about the drum, when he's sitting there and I think he does a really good job with a Picard speech that is about something important. I think he does that very well. There are 4 lines, you know.
He just
not
makes
so much
a goofball out of himself. It's terrible. What you're talking about, boss, is actually called oral interpretation. So in orality, there is an entire genre called oral interpretation. And I think Poopy Stew is magnificent at it. But he's not a good actor. And all this stuff about Shakespeare. I know lots of people who played in Shakespeare. Shakespeare in the Park. Everybody's been in Shakespeare. That's not an excuse. He still sucks. Poopy Stew sucks.
I assure you that Patrick Stewart cares about Star Trek and extremely focused on. I can't keep a straight face title.
His name's not Patrick Stewart. It's Poopy Stew.
Retro Blasting. What do you think his thoughts are about the X-Men? Does he take them seriously? He's actually really good as Professor Xavier, but again, he's just had a reserved kind of character. Then he was really silly in that stupid cameo in Doctor Strange. Ugh. But yeah,
that was that. Did you ever see the YouTube video where someone put the Professor X's car like on roller coaster tracks and went all around the room? It was a great YouTube video that someone did. It was hysterical watching. This is an outtake from the movie. It's worth trying to find, but it's really, really funny. Yeah. But yeah, you gotta love yourself. God, you love that character, Professor X, especially the X-Men animated series is great. But and of course the new Picard series has ruined it for all of us too, right? I mean, I was mentioning in the chat, my mother-in-law got her to watch TNG, and she loved Patrick Stewart, and kind of became a thing with us, enjoying it. I would buy all the Patrick Stewart figures. It was a joke, and maybe Grandpa's gonna get a little jealous here. I got her the Picard facepalm statue. Good running joke. And when she watched the Picard series, we didn't talk about it before. I'm like, what did you think of it?
Poor thing.
She was like, what a disaster. And she's an English teacher, she teaches AP English and Shakespeare, and she's very master's degree. So you'd like a Raquel, but
I would.
You'd like to talk
outlaw. Hell, and
Pleasant Valley Picker.
Yeah, Pleasant Valley Picker. Hey there,
guys.
Retrobus says the X-Men is a role where you get to sit the entire time, and he gets a big paycheck for doing it. I mean, he'll say he loves it doing it. He'd be stupid not to. Well, yeah, right. Fair enough. And he is pretty stupid, actually, but not that stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Michael or Melinda who is in the chat, but for me, what sealed it off for me is when he professed to being a Shakespearean actor. He's really done a lot of superhero movies and a lot of B-rate science fiction shows, and then he did that Vulture interview where he was he spoke like such a nincompoop, an ungrateful nincompoop pretender, where he just made it seem like Star Trek was an epic fail on all fronts, and what he really wanted was to have something like Logan or Wolverine from the very beginning. And of course, obviously, if you've read a lot of books, and I know you've read a lot of books in this regard, Retro Blasting, but he always whined. He bitched, whined, and moaned because he wanted more fighting and fucking. That's what he wanted to do with his character. That's what he expressed in those exact words: more fucking and fighting. Really, you really want to try and sell the public on your "I'm a Shakespearean actor"? No, dude, no. You're Poopy Stew. Get back in the trunk, Poopy Stew.
So that new series.
That was your cue, Clobby.
That was it. Well, I was just going to add, that ruined the series for her. She was and she can't even watch. She's like, I don't even want to watch TNG now.
Yeah.
So it kind of ruined it for. And of course, we're going to get the third season with the original crew back. Minus, why did they kill off Data? They had the chance to bring him back. We'd love Data. Maybe I guess they couldn't have had a different actor, but or de-aged him. But
look, Brent Spiner wrote was a co-author in Nemesis. You want to put the finger on somebody? Put the finger directly on Brent.
But he was terrible in season 2. Everybody was terrible, to be fair.
Yeah.
I love Brent. I think he's a very sweet person. I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. Every time I walk into a con, he recognizes me, and he'll get up, he'll wave to me, he'll say hello. Like, he's a sweetheart of a person. He's a very nice person. But I think that he tried to do the same thing as the Genesis device that Leonard Nimoy did, so that he could start moving his career more towards being able to do directing and moving the story around in a way that facilitated his career more, because he realized it was going to be his career. However, Brent didn't manage to cultivate the Genesis device the same way in this B4 thing. And so, but who is to blame? Brent is to blame for that. He wrote it, right? So,
yeah, and they contradicted their own, us Clobby and I being comic book fans. I'm sure you didn't read these, but the IDW Countdown series, which is supposed to be considered canon, Data
Chris is head down.
Yep. So Data.
Good night, buddy.
Love you, Chris.
Chris.
Thank you for
Chris.
everything, honey.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you for being here. We love you, honey.
That awesome poster. Thank you. That's really appreciated for tonight. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But then, that's supposed to be canon, and Data, before at the end, you've got that Data is singing, humming the tune at the end. And, you're thinking that, so in the comics, they have Data's memories get implanted on B4 and he becomes Data again. And he's a captain with Starship. And they totally knocked that out with this new Picard series. So I think that, like you said, that was they had written that kind of opening there with that Genesis device and to have him return. But
well,
of course,
think about it.
typical
You're Brent
stuff, they screwed it up.
And Nemesis you're about to film Nemesis, and you have an opportunity to get in there to write and maybe start moving your career more towards directing. Maybe you'll direct one of the films. You could write the film and direct it. You could really start massaging your career in the exact same fashion as Leonard Nimoy, and that's what was transpiring there. But it just he could not do it to the same effect of Leonard Nimoy. I mean, Leonard Nimoy was a very, very gifted artist. He did many things, and is a very gifted writer. He was a gifted director. He was a gifted photographer. He was just very, very talented. And I think he tried to do the exact same thing. And B4 is the Genesis device, but he could not maximize on it. And it's quite sad, because I love Brent, but he wrote a stinker of a movie and he has to own that. And he put himself in the Genesis device by putting himself into B4. So he's no one to blame but himself.
Your old toys. Never seen you here before. Welcome.
Hell, yep.
Good to see you. And Retro Blessing says, Raquel, you don't have a forgettable face. Well, I think it's truly wonderful. Spiner remembers you. I believe anyone will be hard pressed to forget meeting you. I mean, in a polite way, not a no.
No, I don't think you're creepy at all. I think you're a total sweetheart. Yeah,
I
thank
concur.
you.
Well said,
That's
Retro
true. He is
Blessing.
basically Spiner's being a guy when he does that.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. And everyone, please welcome your old toys.
Welcome your old toys. I need some old.
I always love old toys. Yep.
Yeah.
Think
about it, guys. I mean, I think it's pretty genius, and nobody in the fandom ever talks about it. But I think it's pretty genius. I think that's exactly what he saw. I think he saw Jonathan Fakey Pants getting his dirty mitts in there, and he saw a Poopy Stu getting his dirty mitts in there, and he thought to himself, like, I can do this too. I can cultivate a script. I can co-write this script, and I can do this. And if you line up all the dots, B4 is the Genesis device. It's something fans have not caught on to, but they really thought that this would launch a whole new, wonderful and amazing thing. And instead,
every time, yes, we do see
we
our
got
old
the
toys
raspberry.
a lot. Now, all right, what was her crap? I lost it. Hate when that happens. I was about to
You guys show something or
son of a
I welcome my old toys every morning when I head down into the studio to work.
Yep, I hate when I forget stuff. Not as far as I can remember.
That's okay. It'll come to you.
No.
We can chittity chat.
Hungry Boy, you're off the hook, dude. I was about to, I'd go after you with the tripwire this week, but for 2 weeks now.
Oh,
Tripwire has not been after it. There he goes with that. No tripwire. Hey. What I'm telling you, they're chicken shits. They found out I've been going after them for how many weeks now? How many months now? And they finally they're cowering in their little pansies.
I believe this.
They don't want any more clobbering coming after their stupid ass list.
Preach.
They're probably not going to make any more of them. They made they're down to number 28 last week. I want to see 27. That's 2 weeks it's not been there, Tripwire. What about it? You chicken shit.
Yeah.
Are you afraid? Are you scared? What's the deal with you people? You think I'm going to be mean to you some more?
Yeah, it's just they can't handle the truth.
That's right.
You can't handle the
what
truth.
a bunch of babies.
Well, speaking of comics, I did have an old friend come to visit today, and I have a picture I can show. But we're talking about, and so my it's a good buddy and his daughter, you know, walking by into the house and hasn't been here in a lately, and she saw my office and she her eyes lit up and she's a big smile, and she's like, "Oh, I love Marvel. I love all these toys and things you have, and I love." Especially she says Wanda and Loki. She loves Wanda and Loki. And then I asked, well, what comics do you read? She's like, well, I've never read a comic before. And that's part of the problem too, I think, is as much as we love comics, and it hasn't translated
anymore, dude. They're movie characters now.
It hasn't translated. So I'll share my screen, but she had a huge smile. So it was kind of fun to see a young geek / nerd in training. And that's what I did. I ended up giving her a couple of comics. I said, she's like, how many comics do you have?
Aww.
So there's a nice smile. So she was,
no names.
No names, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
no names,
please. Because
she's in there going, oh my God, look at all these stupid toys. How old is this guy?
Yeah.
She's a beautiful young girl, and you should feel so flattered that she would be in an old fogey's room thinking he's a cool cat.
Yeah, she's like, this is cool. So I was like, wow. And so I gave her give her a Black Widow comic from the movie that was a free handout, and I gave her another Thor comic, and then I'm going to try to send her some more comics or maybe some trade paperbacks, as Globby suggested. But she loves to read, but that's what hasn't happened. Like this next generation, unfortunately, and she's probably never been to a comic book store. So the old days, we would get comics in 7-Eleven or just the bookstore or wherever you could get them. And now there's no opportunity to buy. As much as I love comic book shops, and unfortunately the local one in my area closed, but as much as I loved hanging out with them, and that's what when I first heard Clobberin times, like this is like hanging out with the guys in the comic book store again. And that's what we're missing, because we want the hobby to continue and not just have key collectors going after Thor number 15, which I was going to give to her, and then I said, "Oh, I checked it on my program." I said, "That's the first appearance of new villain." I'm like, I can't give you that one.
Can't give the young woman an $80 comic.
Yeah, which
Did
I probably
you see this beautiful comment from our wonderful friend JT Kirk?
Oh, here we got. Yeah, that's what as collectors, and we just love sharing this stuff and have someone appreciate it. And
would you mind reading
enjoy
that for the folks at home?
So
it was aimed at you, and many people actually listen to our show as though it were a radio show. So they podcast it. They don't participate in the full visual experience. So would you mind reading that?
Sure,
comment?
Glad to read that beautiful comment. Yep. So JT Kirk says, very cool. Always a warming and humbling experience to show someone your world and have them totally nerd out to it. Yeah. So you can see that smile where it was a fun,
beautiful.
That's a fun smile. In the room, as my wife says, with all the junk. So I'm running out of wall space. Unfortunately, it's not that big of an office.
Well, why don't you get your Apple out of there?
Oh, I love having that Apple. That still works. So back in the day when I had it on the desk, you could reach it more. People would say, well, how come you always have all these PCs? Don't you like Apple? So I had it on my other desk and I had it running. So I'd say, well, here's my Apple computer, and I'd boot it up and go into an old version of Word. And the kids would be like, but that's not an Apple. Look at the keyboard. Like, this is an Apple computer. So if you want,
that was our Apple computer, kids.
If you want to really geek out, that's a special edition. If you see the logo on the left, it's probably tough to see in the stream, but it's special version. It's got imagine this, kiddos out there. It's got a 5 megabyte hard drive in there.
Ooh.
So it was an add-on that I looked up. It was my friend's dad's computer that he gave to me, and it was like a $3,000 upgrade at the time to have a 5 megabyte hard drive on your Apple. And I think it's an Apple, the 512K Mac. So it's not the original Mac, but the second Mac.
Well, then you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to sit down with Retro Blasting or Scuba Pete or one of our friends that is like the big time merch people. I know you guys call it toys, but I'm a nerd, so I'm going to call it merch because what you guys do is far more than just toys. I know you guys like to disarm it and make it seem approachable by saying toys, but it's really like collecting extreme merchandise collecting, like you're curating a museum. You need to sit down with those folks and find out the best way to get all that stuff into some cabinets.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Then you could get more crap in that office and it would be excellent. I say more crap. You need
crap.
more.
I need a TARDIS. Yeah. JT Kirk says, "How could you ever fill 5 megabytes?" Yeah, that was the that was the floppies were 360 and Max says Apple II GS is where it's at. I have 3 Apple II GSs. I have the signed WAS edition, which is pretty cool. So with a letter from that. So yeah, I've got, in addition to my junk here, I have a huge, massive, which I really don't talk about that much, but a massive old computer collection. Tandy Model 100s, a bunch of Apple computers. Because I have a computer consulting business, so especially back in the day where people were throwing things out, I said, well, I'll hold that for you. I'll take that. Yep. And my first
and your
computer
wife groaned.
Well, it's a lot of it's at work now, in storage at work. But my first computer was a Tandy color computer, 4K computer, not 4 megabytes, 4K, with a tape drive so you'd write your program. You could store it on a tape drive that was an audio tape drive, not talking like a computer drive. And you mark down on, program was from 006 to 0012 on the counter. That's where you'd load it. So, it's it's a fun thing to save a lot of these retro items and save them so people can see, what they were like. So that's a Tandy Model 2000. That's a real rare computer that has a 186 chip in it. One of the few computers that had actually a 186 chip. Came out before the 286. I'm geeking and nerding out here, but that was a computer we had at work, and there's a long other story behind that I won't tell. But it's a very rare Tandy commercial that Bill Bixby actually, if you remember, did the ad. Well, I remember Bill Bixby did the ads for trying to sell that computer. Yep. So it was supposed to be better than the IBM with the 8088 chip. So yeah.
Did you see this comment? I have to read this comment. Normally, I would just start and defer it to the boss, but I'm going to read it to both of you because it's directed at both of you, and it's also directed at people like Decepticon and other people. Jill and I, we've had conversations about this in the past, about how we love learning about this original source material in these comics and how you guys are so intelligent and so inspired, and you've had wonderful conversations with us, teaching us about art like Hungry Boy and just Decepticon, just everyone who has ever been in the chat teaching about old school comics, and definitely you and Clobby. Anti-derivative Jill says, that is so sweet. I was inspired by you guys to buy comic collection books for my son, books with several comics in them. Don't know if he'll ever read them. But for now, I'm still reading the Star Trek comics to him when I can. Also bought some Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man.
Hey.
So you guys, you, Clobby and Mark and others in the chat, inspired an INTJ and a nerd to buy comics for her son. And you have no idea how cool she thinks it is that she knows about all this extraneous information about it, as do I. I am inspired by your guys' geekdom, and I know Jill is as well. We've had conversations about it. So I thought I should read that to you because that is a very high compliment coming from Jill.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Jill.
Appreciate that. Very nice words. So what are this young lady's favorites? I mean, because I've been saying for many, many years that these characters, we have to face the facts that they're not comic book characters anymore. Comic industry is dead. The art form, they're taking steps to try to bring it back, but not the big two. The big two, which was really deserved. But look, the big two deserved to die. They've built on the blood of creators, so screw them. But the characters are wonderful. The creations aren't to blame. That there's the idiots who've run the corporations all those years. So it's just not a wonder that these are not comic book characters. And they are to me, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they're just not to the general public now. They are movie characters, whether we like it or not. That's just, people who know who Iron Man is, I guarantee you 95% of people who know who Iron Man is know because of Robert Downey Jr. It's just a fact. And so what are her?
Well, she loves Wanda. She loves Wanda, and then I guess I didn't get to talk to her a lot, but she hasn't written any comics, so it's from the show and from the Avengers. So and she also loves Loki and Thor to an extent. But so I said I'm going to find you some Wanda. And she's like, "Do you have him in the base?" I'm like, "Yes, I have." I was showing her, like we did a Google search. I was showing her some of the series. I'm like, you should read the Wanda. In the Vision, those first two series, the limited was a one, I think 12 issues each, if I'm remembering right.
No, I think the first one was
four issues, and then the next one was 12.
12.
Yeah. So those, I recommended her to read, and she's highly intelligent and loves to read. So I think that's the shame where, like you said, these are great characters and these great artists and writers created this great fantasy world that we love so much, and it's had an unprecedented success in the last few years. Maybe not the last series of movies, but you can't deny that up till Endgame, what a huge phenomenon that was. And it's a shame that it didn't translate into comic book reading. Of course, when people went to even find the comics, when the characters in the books at the time were totally different characters.
See, that's another thing. Steve Ernest, they don't do it because no one's buying comics. The thing is, early on, and when the MCU was still the MCU first getting started in those first few years, there were still some comic shops, and there were still some interesting comics. Like someone would bring their kids to see an Iron Man or the Captain America film or Thor or whatever, or even a little bit before that, the Spider-Man films. And they would go to these comic shops and they would say, hey, my kid liked the Iron Man movie. Let me see Iron Man. And they'll go, and the comic shop owner would often have to say, if it was around 2012 or 13, for example, well, Tony Stark's not Iron Man right now. It's this little 15-year-old girl. And they would go, what?
It's Riri Williams.
Right around every time a movie would come out, like when Captain America: The Winter Soldier came out, they killed Captain America. He was dead. He was dead for a while. And they go, wait a minute. So let me understand you. You're Marvel. You've got a movie coming out that's going to generate interest. People who are going to go to the shop to buy, you can buy back issues, sure. They're going to go to try to buy a normal, like a regular new issue of Captain America, but he's dead. Because you're idiots. You were freaking morons. And they did that more than once. They've done it a couple of times. Batman, every time a Batman movie would come out. Remember, that stupid RIP was coming out in one of the Batman movies. So what's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
Idiots. You don't even know how to market anything. So they're not, they are coughing up blood, the comic book industry, in terms of the big ones, even some of the other smaller companies. The big two are dead. Or as Trelane said, dead. And
it's a shame. Yeah, it's a shame.
And they deserve to die.
That's a pretty good Trelane.
That was good, yeah.
Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you.
I enjoyed that Trelane, boss man.
Well, thank you. And I just hope, look, I'm glad to see young people. I mean, I'm glad they're interested in the characters in some fashion, and I'm glad you gotta at least tell them, well, there are comic books that these characters are based on. It's a shame about Wanda, though, because I like Wanda too, but she's been treated like garbage in comics and movies.
I didn't want to ask her, talk to her about that. Because someone loves it. Yeah. But yeah, it's stuff. But and then I also said, Marvel Comics Unlimited. I'm like, do you like DC? She's like, no, just Marvel. And I'm like, well, get someone to give you a gift of Marvel Comics Unlimited for the year. I think it's $60 or something like that. And you get instantly you have 30,000 comics to read. Man. So it's it's a great way to get into comics,
like
and
them,
I wish,
yeah.
and I wish more kids would get that chance. I mean, my kids, they don't read comics now, but I bought all those Marvel Adventures, and you had a friend who was an artist. I think it was an artist on some of those, the comics for kids.
Yeah, the
like
Marvel
DC,
the Marvel ones.
Marvel
Yeah, the
Adventures,
Marvel action character comics of the young Marvel Adventures line.
Marvel Adventures, yeah.
Yeah, buddy of mine drew a bunch of those. Larry, thank you for the $5 super chat, buddy. He says, "Good comics are a great way to learn to read." That's how I learned to read. Before they can read, the art is very attractive and exciting. Please expose kids to comic books I think he means back issues. Back issues, of course. Yes, show them the old stuff. Combining words and pictures does help. It stimulates the imagination. If you have the right comic, we're talking about the right comic book, it gets kids interested in. And that there's the problem. We got away from that.
Yeah.
And well, they got away from that, I should say.
Yep.
It's a wonderful art form where you can tell great mature stories for adults, no question about it. But it started as an art form for younger people and kids, and that should be at the forefront always. And it is like you just talked about that Marvel Adventures line of the late 80s, or late 90s, early aughts, Mark. That was all fine and good to do that. But why did they have to do that? They had to do it because their line was getting away from kids.
Yeah.
It was a damn shame. And we lived in a time in 2013 when a movie ostensibly about the most kid-friendly character ever, Superman, you couldn't take small children to see it.
Yeah.
In 1978, no one worried about bringing small children to see Christopher Reeve in the Superman movie. You make a piece of filth, Hack Snyder, Chris Nolan, all you idiots, called Man of Steel, and you can't even bring your kids to see it. Your young children to see it. That, and of course, it's a piece of garbage. You don't want to be watching a horrible movie anyway, but it's beside the point. A joyless piece of crap like that, that's the kind of stuff that is part of what's been happening to these characters now that they've been transmogrified into movie muck. And it's just a damn shame.
Well, they lost the spirit of the character, and you can't tell me that the first Superman movie is not a good movie, even without that.
There are idiots who try.
You don't need to have that. It's always a comedian. It can always throw F-bombs around, but a good comedian doesn't need that to tell a joke that works, right? So you're gonna tell me Bob Hope wasn't funny or Johnny Carson? I mean, there's a time and a place for being raunchy. But if you're truly talented, you don't need that excuse to swear and be vulgar. You can really tell a good story without doing that.
I would just like to say for the record that I absolutely love profanity off air. I just don't swear on air. I don't believe in it. I don't like swearing in front of little kids. I also don't like swearing in front of old people, and I don't like swearing in public. But I thoroughly enjoy a good profanity session.
Oh yeah. I don't do it on this show much, but I'm not leaving. I mean, I'll do it once in a while. When usually if I'm pissed off though.
Or your computer crashes.
Yes. That's the same thing. That was what I said. Then what I say? Pissed off, didn't I? So what's the difference? So yeah, in other words, there are a lot of many of our wonderful friends on streams I'm on all the time. They F-bomb them all over the place. It doesn't matter to me. That's their show. They can do it, and I'll do it once in a while in here. But yeah, for the most part, we don't really do it a lot. And when you're in the second or third hour, it doesn't really matter much. But we still try not to do it too much because you never know who likes that sort of thing and doesn't like that sort of thing. MJ1 Media, that's an interesting comic. I kind of on first reading, it's an interesting idea, but what I hate about it is I can't stand sometime, and this is a geek argument about Captain Marvel fans, real Captain Marvel, the one who says Shazam, folks. He's the real deal. I don't like that he had Billy Batson's mind in the Captain Marvel body. That was done later. That was done by, I hope it wasn't Roy Thomas. I don't want to blame him, but it was late 80s, early 90s when that crap started happening. Before that, when he would change into Captain Marvel, he had the memories of Billy Batson, but he had the wisdom of an adult. Yeah. And he was an adult. He acted like an adult, not like a child. I hate. Oh, because say that too much will probably hit the algorithm of YouTube. Yep. Hate monger.
Careful.
what they did to Captain Marvel by changing it to where he had the mentality of Billy Batson even when he changed into the Captain Marvel body. That sucks. That's a good comic you're talking about. It is very interesting concept when Superman goes after the wizard Shazam for giving a child superpowers like that, but it subscribes to that asinine view of the character that doesn't fit for me as a fan of the character. So
JT Kirk, if you remove uncle from the above phrase that you have typed herein, remove the word uncle. I have that belt buckle. I have that exact belt buckle. I enjoy it. It's a great belt buckle.
Indeedishness. Do you think the vintage superhero toys are better than the modern superhero toys? You know, it's tough to say that. I mean, I love a lot of the old ones, but there were a lot of characters that never got a chance. And so I love a lot of the Marvel Legends stuff that they do now. Some of them, they screw things up on them, but they make some really good ones in half of the past 20 years. And they, like anything else, if you mean like the vintage, of course, superhero toys, if you're talking about Migos, or you're talking about Secret Wars, Superpowers, the Kenner stuff. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but love all those. Love them big time. But right around the early 2000s, I remember in late 90s, early 2000s, I remember talking to my other friends when we were buying figures, we'd have conversations. This is what loser sad geeks do a lot about. Damn, what if they did a figure of fill in the blank? We would talk about all these characters. Like, I wish they would do again, fill in the blank. Oh, they never do fill in the blank. Whichever character. And now almost all of them have been done. There are very few that haven't. And as the years went by, when they would do one that we would like, and if it turned out really well, if it was like a DC Legends or a Marvel Legend, it would be DC Universe figure, whatever it was, like the Mattel figures, like they did my Legion, we'd go, can you believe there's a figure of this? I mean, 10 years ago, we were all talking about it. They would never do this, and they've done it. So there are good ones that are done. And Mark's got this new Captain America one that we both had. I enabled him on this one.
You got me. So,
I forced him to spend his money on this one. This Captain America figure that they just came out with a couple months back is fantastic.
Yeah, this one figure is gorgeous. So
every bit of love for the vintage ones. So I guess I'm not going to say they're better, but they're nice.
Well, I think the production value on most of them, as long as you're not buying the HasLab, with the bad knees on your Sentinel. But I mean, I think there's ways to differentiate. I mean, you had your Migos, that was really all you could get back in the day. So of course, I still have my original Migos from when I was a kid. So I love playing with these as a kid and had many adventures. I have the Enterprise bridge play set. Where's Scotty? Scotty's hiding.
You got Scotty? I only have Kirk and Spock. I still have my old Lego Kirk and Spock, and they're pretty bad shape.
So I got these guys,
Scotty,
and of course,
oh my!
Or you've seen them. Most of you guys.
Yeah, you've showed us those. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
oh,
but I mean but in terms of like the quality of
well, those aren't superheroes though. But
no, but I mean you had the Mego superheroes too. So I had Batman and Robin. Which are great fun to play with. But, if you're talking about, sheer action figures, we had the that was the only game in town where Migos and maybe some plastic figures that didn't have articulation. And then you got the Secret Wars figures, which I have a lot of problems with, but they were fun as a kid. And then you had that incredible Superpowers line, which I loved. But it's kind of, you had what you could get. But today there's a plethora. I mean, look how amazing this Cap figure is. I mean, it's just
and even that they made a mistake
with the shield you're talking about.
The shield thing, Jesus Christ! They put holes in it.
Yep. So I got to talk to.
God, man.
I got to ask Andy Masterson where I can get. I'm sure he'll tell us where to get a shield.
Help us fix our shield. We could get it. You see, they put holes in them so to pick those gunshot points,
which are
should have been
cool.
stickers or something.
Well, they should have given you 2 shields. So
yes, 2 shields.
Either all
just make them removable stickers that you can reuse again. Well, not stickers, but those things that use static electricity.
There's a hole here.
But just 2 shields. I mean, you spend it. You charge a lot for the damn thing. Make 2 shields. It's a great shield. I mean, look, That's
Well,
a
I'll
great
3D
figure. It's
print one,
amazing.
or I'll ask Andy where to. I'm sure we can.
No,
buy
you need
another
to
shield.
3D print me a Liberator. I can't believe I just blurted that out. I don't have a Liberator toy. I want to, before I die from this earth. I want a Blake 7 toy. They have no Blake 7 toys.
Well, we might be working on that.
Well, Probably said he was going to send me and I don't want him to do this.
Right?
A corgi, but he's too nice. I can't let him do that. But damn
Just,
it, look.
just
I'm
someday,
going to live without a prisoner toy because they're never going to come out with that one I
Okay,
crowdfunded.
well, we need to
If
stop
some-
this conversation because
Yeah.
I want to live.
No spoilers.
no spoilers.
No spoilers. But
Clobby,
here's
I
an
can't
Orville
believe I'm
ship.
going to say
If you
this
want-
to you. I'm
if you want an
sending you shin kicks.
I want an Avon toy. How about that? Is that a, oh, look at that.
I see the. Do you want an Orville ship? I guess send you an Orville. Yeah.
Oh,
see
that's
the
a
next
great
issue?
ship. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
that's
love
just
that's
painted
beautiful.
that in silver, just
Man,
to have that.
I'm just saying. I'm not spoiling anything. I'm just saying they haven't done many Blake 7 toys. No figures, by the way, none.
Yeah.
A couple of toys, based like the Liberator itself with that corgi one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a huge.
Over there, but even when it was big out there over there, that they didn't do much. But that was a different time.
Yeah. Well, you had the corgis and some small toys.
There were a few toys, but nothing figures.
Nothing major. Yeah. Never made.
I saw what looked like a 1/6 of Avon, but it was a custom.
Well, maybe Andy Masterson could.
Andy Masterson could. Well,
yeah.
It's not fair. It's not fair
Not
that
fair,
there's
but-
Andy Masterson because he can make anything. Andy Masterson, I know your ears are burning, dude. I hate you because you get to make any toy you want. he can
There's
say
an international maker show here this week, and I'm going to it.
Cool.
Nice.
Andy can be watching a TV show 1 minute and go, I like that character. I'm making a figure.
I'm doing that right now.
Damn you, Andy. Andy Masterson is amazing, guys.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
And I'm gonna get him on soon because he said he would come on hang out.
So here, we'll segue to a new comic that I think Raquel would like. So Jay Werner presents Classic Pulp. So how do you like that cover? Is that pretty cool?
Hell? Where'd you get this? This is a new book.
I just got this in the mail today, so I finally
old.
got a good new comic in the mail.
How do you
It
know it's
looks
good? You read it already?
old.
$4.
Dangerous Missions
Okay.
Nice
through
throwback.
space,
Turn the
thrilling
page.
adventures.
Turn the page.
Turn the page.
Yeah, at least cover up that stupid new issue of Fantastic 40.
So
Okay,
let me
turn the
try to-
page. Turn the
Okay.
page.
So here, I want to read some who these
That looks like a
stories are by.
Ditko reprint.
There you go. Oh, God, you know your stuff.
I
So
know.
here we
He's
go.
a
So
miracle
welcome
man.
back.
Page. I can't read the contents, but that's obviously a
Yeah.
Ditko page.
Yeah, but yeah. So welcome back to another curated collection of comics from the
Public
pulp era.
domain.
An era full of fantastic stories, many that have been out of print so long that few have laid eyes upon them in decades. As someone who firmly believes in preserving the past, I'm thrilled to have carefully repaired and restored these stories to bring them to you to enjoy as the next best thing to a time machine. Note, many of the creators of this material were never given any proper credit in the original publications. Regretfully, some still remain unknown, or my theories remain unconfirmed. In classic pulp sci-fi, you'll witness strange planets and space adventures, and a unique look into what our past thought our future would look like. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Josh and Werner.
Nice.
Hey, do you
So,
remember when we were still dreaming about science fiction instead of people talking about sociology? Anyway, keep reading.
yep.
This is exciting.
So this, sorry about the glare, but
It's okay, honey.
yep. So this is Stowaway written by Joe Gill, likely.
Probably.
Hold on for 1
Pencils.
second. Stow Away, and it is written by whom?
Joe
Joe
Gill, likely.
Joe Gill. Is
mean,
that
it's
one
really-
L?
Gill.
See, a lot of these are uncredited. That's why it says likely. Joe Gill wrote a lot of these old stuff. I mean, I don't. Is this like Atlas stuff? This is probably like Atlas.
Yeah,
Or
it
I don't
says-
know. Can't be Atlas because it would be public domain. I don't know.
Hey, you got the
wouldn't be
URL for this? How do I order this?
No, well, I'll send you the link where you can order it through. Well, of course, you're in Canada, so I'll send you the info. But it's
That's the nightmare.
that's a nightmare. Sorry,
Yes,
but,
Ditko. Hey, Matthew Pounder, welcome. That is. It
Hey,
looks like
Matthew
Ditko to
Pounder,
me.
long time no see.
That face on panel two.
Yeah,
is
so,
clearly
yeah.
Steve Ditko.
yeah.
I can't
so
see the
that's
writer credits; it's too small.
yeah. So it's and of course in the old, like you said, in the old books there were no credits there. So the other books are by. Let's see if there's anyone we'd know.
This is beautiful.
Ed Silverman, Joe Gill, Rock Masteroso, Marvin Stein.
Marv Stein, I know. And I know Joe Gill.
Joe Gill, yep. And Unknown, and Frank F. Paul, yep.
Most of the Frank F. Paul, I know him too, but he was a Golden Age artist, mostly.
So when I saw this,
goodness right there.
Oh,
so when I saw this,
another nerd steps forward. My fellow nerd and my fellow INTJ. Look at this magic here that you're creating.
So
you guys read this?
Yeah.
That's just what I was going to say. You are doing enabling for people who would never know this stuff. We all need the link. That anti-derivative Jill is saying that to you and Clobby. If you guys are going to teach this stuff, you guys got to show it to everyone. Show it to everyone. Everyone's excited about this.
Very nice.
It's a beautiful art.
Yeah, great stuff.
Look at this.
And they even have the I guess this is some sort of it was not a letters page per se, but just
science fiction stories.
Yeah. But the art is just so cool, and they actually
that was the only Ditko part.
This isn't Ditko this is different. Yeah, but faded. It's a little off color, which I love.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I like it.
I have no criticisms of it whatsoever.
This is I mean, it's a reprint. It can't be Atlas. I mean, it may have been some Atlas stuff in here because Atlas became Marvel, and this is not a Marvel. I mean, they own all the Marvel stories. I mean, Marvel owns the Atlas stories.
This is classic pulp, a division of Oxeye Media.
Yeah, but I'm saying the comics that they're reprinting have to be public domain.
Yep.
Because there were a lot of companies, and who knows who he did this story for. A lot of companies went belly up. And that are to this day, DC, Marvel, and West could just steal and print anything they want. In fact, anybody. There's certain characters and comics that anybody, you and I, can print it right now and sell it. Because they're public domain.
I have a buddy who did revived a public domain character and did a Kickstarter and got it published. Atomic, what was the guy's name? I'm trying to remember the hero, but it was in the public domain. He did a really nice job with the story. So
Matthew, if anyone that's right. Joe Gill was a Charlton writer, but before that, he was doing stuff in the 50s. Sorry,
God, I love it when Matthew Pounder's here. You've been missed at the clubhouse, Matthew Pounder.
Pretty sure Joe Gill even drew some stuff, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was just going to say that the URL is sourcepointpress.com. So if someone wants to...
Press, hold on. Sourcepointpress.com.
Yep. Yeah. So someone could put that in the chat too. So it's embedded in the chat. And they also have...
Eric, are you here, honey?
I don't know. If he's not... Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to say they also have Facebook is facebook.com/sourcepointpress.
Yeah.
And Twitter, the same thing.
Guys, this is beautiful.
SourcePoint Press and Instagram, or as I call Instagram for old people, Instagrammy, at SourcePoint Press.
Thank you, Jill.
Jill's got it up. Thanks, Jill.
Thank you, Jill. So yeah, it's at
Classic.
And I saw this on. I buy stuff from Atomic Empire online since my local comic book store closed. So I saw this and I said this would be perfect for the clubhouse. And
that's gorgeous.
I'd love to read it too.
That is one of the most beautiful things you've ever shown on this show or even the Global Geek Gang. Look at this lovely comment from Captain Time Lord Spock. He says, back when science fiction was less didactic and more fantastic. Yeah, and thing is, too, is what was really great is back then, if an author were to partake in didacticism, it was an individual person. So it's like you were having this conversation with them in their book, or you were having this conversation with them in their comic or in their short story. It wasn't a corporation creating this highly produced CGI presentation and in a stranglehold fashion, like, I hate to say it, but there's no other way to compare it, like in the pre-printing press days with the church. So, and that's what's happening right now. And it's exhausting. And I love your feedback, Captain Time Lord Spock. You're absolutely correct. We don't need this much didacticism. And certainly it's much nicer when it comes from a person who's challenging your beliefs than when it comes from a group of professional writers working for a corporation. And I like your little rhyme.
Yeah, indeedishness.
Mm-hmm.
Looks pretty
So
cool.
I guess I don't know how many issues there have been in this series, or this is the first one I've gotten.
I don't know.
didn't check
I'm
the
looking.
website, but if someone checks the website, but I just love this stuff, and the great thing, it's preserved now, on good decent paper, and they obviously restored this, and
Yeah, but
and the
it's
thing
so
is, with
nice.
old comics becoming so expensive now too, the old days maybe
This is a
some of
great
these
idea.
would have been cheap, relatively cheap, but now it's anything in the 50s is just you're not touching most stuff. You're not touching for under $100, if that.
I just love the way that it looks.
Does look great, doesn't it? Look how cool that
It's
is.
just beautiful, and it's so inspiring. It just fires the imagination, and you just think to yourself, maybe one day when we're able to leave this galaxy and we'll go to another galaxy, maybe it will be like that. Maybe now the new veil that we need to pierce is our galaxy to bring back that specialness. I don't know, but just these things that you're showing right now, this is special science fiction. This is when we totally didn't know, and we were guessing, and we were so earnest, and we were guessing, and it's just so pure and so much fun. I love it, love it, love it.
So I have to read this page. So
classic pulp. I'm looking at their website now.
Cool.
Yeah, I found.
So our atomic future. The world of the future is very much present in the background of popular thought. In the minds of all, one big question arises. What can atomic energy do? A few carefully chosen atoms could drive the luxury liner Queen Mary across the Atlantic and back again. Colonies on Mars, Jupiter, or Venus could be reached on regular schedule by atom-driven rockets. Atomic power plants could make electricity so cheap that it wouldn't pay to read the meters.
What is the name of this comic again, by the way?
This is
Stowaway.
Well, this is present. Jay Warner presents classic pulp sci-fi. That's
pulp. I found one.
Oh, I thought it was called Stowaway.
well, that was the name of the first story in the book.
First story. Okay.
And the last panel here,
But I can't find that issue on here for some reason.
Huh. Roadside gasoline stations would be out of business, for the car of tomorrow will require just an annual refill of its atomic fuel tank.
Right.
God,
and I love that they use the word atomic.
Yeah.
They changed Isaac Asimov's books. They don't say atomic anymore. They say nuclear. And so I'm so happy that I have my Foundation series still saying atomic. And Stephen Ernest, yes, he says, leave the galaxy. How about just leave the solar system? Well,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
but I think a lot of science fiction writers have been there, and I sort of feel like they've done it to death. I guess what I was trying to say in a moment of in a second of passion there as a science fiction author is to create some type of inspiration again where people could behave earnestly. And what I mean by earnestly is the true sense of earnest. And so, I'll just say sincerely, from their hearts, creating and dreaming about what could be out there. Wouldn't it be great if people could just create and dream about what's out there and how it's going to affect us, and we could get back to that again instead of trying to find ways of putting Washington in space? I don't know how you feel, Stephen Ernest, but I would really like to watch science fiction again. I've already studied sociology in university, and I'd like some science fiction.
Let me read. I was just adjusting the camera there. So this is Man. I'll just read a little bit of this paragraph. Man from Mars by Paul. Science tells us it's logical to believe that other planets are inhabited by some form of life, and that's becoming more and more evident today in all this UFO news. Just what type isn't exactly certain, but astronomy points towards definite planetary conditions which can be taken into consideration by imagining what type of quote-unquote man that planet would most likely develop. On our back cover, we have conceived of the man from Mars as he most logically might exist. So here's extractable natural telepathic antenna for extrasensory communication. I guess let's see, retractable eyes and nose to protect against freezing and extreme cold.
Yeah.
Synthetic water and food pellets to provide nourishment on the desert. But just a really cool, scene here. This fun future prediction. And how correct was that too? Our atomic power. I mean, we do have on this page, nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers. It's mostly, obviously, it's all military. And for a while, we were building a ton of nuclear power plants. Of course, like in Indian Point near me, they just shut that down, and they were sending out notices that it provided 25% of the power for New York City. It was shut down last year. So the heat wave, they said, we're prepared for rolling blackouts. So we're going in the other direction. But someday, hopefully, we'll have Mr. Fusions, and we don't have to worry about polluting. But that's if we, I think that that's the way to go in the future. If you have safe nuclear power. That was this was when was this written, in the 30s?
I don't know.
I guess or 40s. I don't know.
But
I'm not sure.
This is basically 50s stuff right
50s,
here.
right, 50s stuff,
I think you're right, Matthew Powder. It looked like a little Pat Boyette mixed in there. That would be his time frame.
That's gorgeous.
This is not on the site. That one that on there that trade paperback you're seeing on the back.
Yeah,
I see that on the site. This comic. Let me see the front again.
Yep. So here's the front. Yeah.
It's not on the site for some reason.
So that's not on there yet. Maybe it
what
just
a beautiful gift you could give any nerd or any young boy or young girl. What a great gift.
They have a ton of new comics that they make. I mean, a ton of titles that they make.
Okay.
And they're huge. They're a Midwestern company that similar like Alterna makes a bunch of titles. Well, they make a bunch of different titles, including in the classic pulp. When obviously they're pretty smart because they're doing a lot of their own stuff, but there are a lot of public domain comics. If you can get your hands on them, you can print them and you can, or characters, and do whatever you want with them.
Yeah.
So check this out. This would be a perfect gift for Raquel. And now Jay Werner presents the biggest collection of classic pulp yet. Volume 1 is packed with pulse-pounding thrill. So
J-Man would be all over that. J-Man
is going to love this.
He loves the horror stuff, and he's been reading G8. Yeah. J-Man's been reading some Spider, the Spider comics, and G8 and his Battle Aces and things like that. So cool stuff.
So this is this when I saw the sci-fi, I said, I gotta have this with the sci-fi
because
version.
I love that look, because that's innocent science fiction, and I think that it's good to have almost like a child's mind when you approach science fiction, looking at that pure hard science fiction that should, I think, be the ultimate aspiration, and you can soften the science fiction thereafter, which is this idea of what happens when we get into space, who we're going to meet, how technology is going to affect us, how is it going to improve our lives, how is it going to change us as people, and all of these different ideas, so just absolutely love it. And I love what Pleasant Valley Picker is saying. Back then stories were about imagination. Yes, pushing that's hard science fiction, pushing the imagination, pushing those ideas and conceiving those ideas, not simply innovating other people's stories, but actually inventing stories. And then he says, he follows up, he says, so his whole comment is, back then stories were about imagination. Now they seem to be more about politics. I totally agree. Yep. I totally agree.
That's for sure.
Totally agree.
I mean, you did have some politics thrown in once in a while, or time. Oops, sorry, hit the.
Yeah, but nobody cared back then.
But not to the extent that you have. You have,
and nobody cared back then, because it's like that would be where the only place where you would see it or hear it. And maybe if grandma came over and everyone was playing cards and they started talking about who they were going to vote for. But generally speaking, we weren't immersed in it the way that we are now. Like, I feel like I'm constantly plagued by it, like every taboo topic, and it's got to be 24/7, It's tiring.
Absolutely.
It's a victim of the internet and the communication age. Yeah.
Your old toys, there's as about a load of this question as you could ever ask. Do you think that the modern comics are better than the vintage comics? I can give you 2 letters, and if you put them together, they spell the word no. Because, again, vintage comics, I guess it means there's golden, there's bronze, golden, silver, bronze, such like that. All I can tell you for sure is, I don't want to dump on everybody who makes new comics, but as far as from the big companies, they're all pig swill. And so, no, they're not better than anything.
But look, we got a new Fantastic Four.
Case in point.
Ew. Why
Well,
do
this
you
was a
have to
fun
do that?
episode from the 90s.
That looks like a
But
reprint from the like a.
It's a
homage to
reprint,
the
yeah.
90s. It's a reprint from
Yeah.
yeah.
It's very
That-
Peter
shiny.
David. Yeah.
That's a
Well, it's
yeah.
it's bagged and boarded. That's why
Oh, it's
she's,
bagged and
shiny.
boarded.
That's
That's
Be
why.
careful. You know, you need to warn Hungry Boy. He'll need to avert his eyes. You can't show him beautiful things that make him feel happy and inspired, and then
show
show
him
him
trash.
things that will make him recoil.
That's why I
in
had
horror.
the classic pulp there for you. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you have to cleanse Hungry Boy's palate. Are you trying to, like, I don't
Sorry.
even know if he's taken his high blood pressure medication yet today.
Oh boy.
Oh, you took the thing out of the box.
So I did a video on this the other day.
You did?
Tom from Midnight's Edge liked this. Of course, he
Did
says he
he?
likes pops too. Yep. So yeah, this
He
is
buys pops.
he buys pops. Yeah. So this is the everyone can check out my video before.
Everyone,
Clobbering
please
Tom
go
fans
check
make-
out his video before I have it. Before I strike it. Before I lodge a complaint on it and say, YouTube, take this thing down. It's evil.
But as far as Funkos go, this is a pretty damn cool one. I almost got you to say, I don't have many Funkos. I have a few of the FF ones, but this guy's pretty cool.
I mean, it does almost look sort of cool because the black light color sucks, but
It's still one of those Funko Pop things.
The black light
Funkos
actually
are
works
poo-poo.
too. If you watch my video, I hooked up a black light and it works. But I apologize, Hungry Boy. He's gonna. He says I looked up at the wrong moment.
what are you trying to do to him?
Poor
I'm sorry.
Hungry Boy.
He did not like this. He says I love you, Mark. He said a comment, I love you, Mark, but
Good.
not these. Yeah. So we'll take him away. But I thought this was this guy's pretty damn cool as far as Funkos go, and of course it's all due to Kirby, right? I mean, it's a Kirby. That's Kirby, right?
Don't
It's a
drag Kirby into
design.
a Funko thing.
Yeah.
Hungry
Well,
Boy.
that's-
Hydrocephaly. Oh my. So
All right.
funny.
Just
Sorry
for
about that.
I'm going to show pictures of other stuff so you can't see his. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, go for
No,
it.
I'm
yeah.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're just messing with it.
I know,
Show
I
anything
know.
you
This is
want. Even a modern
know.
comic like that dumb. What is it? Spidey book there.
That's the Spider. Oh, it's a Spider. I own Spider-Man #1 now.
Oh, another
Legacy
Spider-Man
and-
#1. Yay!
Yep. Ordered them again. Legacy
Wow.
number
Legacy number 10 billion.
895. Yeah. So I can say that I own
Wait a minute.
Spider-Man #1.
It's a Spider-Man #1, guys. They never had any of those. They've never had any amazing Spider-Man #1 before, ever.
That's just
Five-
amazing. I
How many
found
times
that.
have they gone back to changing legacy numbering's been one of the things I've hated the most about what
Agree.
these jerk offs have done at Marvel and DC. They both done it. They think. Do they think anyone buys to that gimmick at this point?
Well, it does work to a certain extent, unfortunately. So
They
We're
bought that
guilty of
#1 thinking they should. I got a #1. I can
well,
get it
I
on
buy
the
just
ground
because
floor.
I subbed to Spidey, but
I'm not talking about you though. I'm talking about. Do they think
Yeah.
new readers are going to go? Well, we got to get the first issue. No, I mean that worked when there was, when there was a good market though. They don't have a good market anymore,
Yeah.
so it didn't work for shit.
That's true. That's true. They don't sell, but they must sell more
It
than.
was a stupid gimmick, but yeah, no, it worked back
Yeah.
then. Like when they put the X-Men back to #1, just called it X-Men, the Jim Lee one. It sold 1 million copies, over 1 million. Okay, I thought it was stupid, but
Good
that was
marketing.
when it sold 1 million copies because it was because the business was big at the time.
Yep.
So
And Jim Lee was super popular, and the X-Men were X-Men were popular. So yeah, so it's really, it's sad though how I was showing my buddy's daughter today. All the covers. I'm like trying to find a good cover to some of the new stuff, and like there's no good covers that I can show you. Like we're going through them. She's like, and where's Wanda? Why is Wanda not on any of the covers? I'm looking at Avengers.
she has a TV show. They don't ever put her in making comics at the same time because they don't care.
Yeah, and there's someone who would read them too. So
Yeah, there was someone.
It's,
Yeah, I gotta admit that. Yes, if they did that
Right.
comic, she might want it. You never know.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's see here. What's it? Max? No, it wasn't Max. I think it was LT. No, it was LT. Commented on my video from last night, And
what did he
it was
say?
very nice. He says he disagreed with some of it, but he liked my top 10. So I was thinking about doing the countdown really quickly again. Let's see if I could stir up some more trouble before we get out of here.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. I have to admit, today they said on the radio just as we were coming home that with the humidex it's plus 36. So it's quite hot in my office.
Oh, if you need to get out of here, then let's
and no, I'm okay, honey. But capping it off with your list would be great because I was playing pool last night. I had league, and so I missed that whole show. So I would love to hear your recap. I think that's great, and I think that's a great way to bookend tonight's show.
We'll do it quick, because I got it done way faster than I thought it would last night, though.
Really?
So, well, I mean, at least I think I did. Then I start, because you can burn through the episodes really quick, and then when you get to the better ones, you want to talk about them more, but we don't have to. Because I think you've only seen the series once, so
I've seen it through. I've watched it through twice.
I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I really love it, Clubby. I think it's
I
beautiful.
did not know that. Okay.
It's very intelligent science fiction, and it doesn't feel like TV to me. It actually feels like a stage play. So I'm very attracted to it because of its stage quality, its stage-like production, but incredible dialogue. And in that way, if anyone in the audience has ever been involved in theater, especially in university, you know what I'm talking about. There are so many people who get their PhD or their masters in fine arts, and they're directors or they're trying to further themselves in fine arts through film. They always choose these amazing scripts or these amazing plays, and then they get all of these actors to act them out when they're getting their grade for their master's or their PhD. And that's very much what this show feels like while you're watching it. The props are like there's almost no budget for the props. But you actually don't care because so much is being written on your mind with the dialogue, and the dialogue is so exquisite. It's so gorgeous and beautiful and biting and smart and sassy and funny and it's just so good that all you think about is the quality of the dialogue and the story and what's happening, and everything else falls away. It's merely a device you would use as though you were watching a film studies student, trying to take their test for their master's or for their PhD in film or stage. It's just, I love this show. This show is like going to a play, a very, very high quality play. I love it.
Well, I love it too. For those who've wondered, we didn't even say what the show is. If you're not here, if you don't weren't familiar with what we did last night, we're talking about Blake 7. And Max Redstone, that's okay, says, because of my thoughts and reconsideration from yesterday, we now do not agree on any rankings as Harvest of Chaos has moved to my. That's okay. You're allowed to be wrong about things. I'm wrong. Except for Blake 7, I'm wrong about all kinds of things. Max, so you're cool. Sakurat, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Sakurat, how are you?
So, Max, don't sweat it, dude. I mean, there are all kinds of things I'm wrong about, just not geek stuff. So, in fact, I'm wrong about everything else. So you're fine. Anyway, so go quick here. Well, if we can, because I did not know that you'd not seen the list there, Raquel.
I'm excited.
Number 52 is Animals with 1 star. The Island of Dr. Moreau.
That was a bad one. Yep.
I mean, not a lot. At least Servalan's in it.
I found, I will say, like, I'm not going to get involved with the ranking because I don't want to derail you. This is your part of this.
No,
this segment belongs to you,
I want
not
you to comment
to me.
on it.
But I will tell you one thing. The same thing I told you that night on Walkie Talkies the first time I saw it. Wow. Amazing work on the animals, like on the indigenous species here. I was blown away by the makeup. I could not believe the makeup, especially on this budget. So although I know Animals ranks really low for a lot of people, I do have to say that I have massive respect for the people who did the makeup on this episode.
James Caserta, welcome.
Hey, James.
Number 51, Sarcophagus. This is one of the few episodes, again, I got almost nothing good to say about it, and I found something good to say about everyone. I'm rating it number 1 star. The ratings is one. The system is 1 to 7 7 stars, of course, with some pluses behind some of those stars.
Right? Yep.
Except the great scene at the end when Avon basically takes the evil version of Callie out by kissing her. Now again,
Yes.
there's some great Avon stuff in this, so that's about it. As a recurring theme of episodes that are low on my list are ones where Callie gets used for telepathy. I love Callie to death, but my God, they had this that really got old.
Yeah, and we're consistent in complaining about that. We also complain about that when that happens with Counselor Camel Toe.
Right. It just that was really a problem.
Don't use somebody for their mind every single time. Eventually, they'll learn how to block you out.
Telepathy. So, yeah. Number 50 is Moloch. Oh. Only one really shining scene in this one. The Villa Servalan bit was great because they never got to see that on the show again. That was kind of a fun scene with the two of them because they're just such great characters. Aside from that, the story was muddled and didn't make a lot of sense. Even though Ben Steed's usually a decent writer. 49, The Web, Mark's favorite episode.
My favorite, yep. I'm watching it and I'm asking you, like, do I want to keep watching this series?
It's early on and it's tough.
Yep.
It's because it is a problem. I mean, again, Callie with the damn telepathy.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
The Beaker dude.
That's
the Beaker dude episode.
Yep.
48.
That was freaky.
Ultra World, another just wasteoid episode that doesn't have a lot to recommend. It is an interesting concept and everything, but it's just kind of fillerish. That seemed, not a lot to say about it. Let's move on. Number 47, Traitor. That's gonna you gotta. That's what to deal with the woman's got it. The great Robert Holmes should not have a story this low, but I love him. But it was kind of an interesting but mess of a story. But it has one of the greatest endings of all time when he finds out that Servalan survived the Liberator, and he says, "I didn't want her to die like that anyway. I need to kill her myself."
Yeah.
Another fourth season one is 46, Sand. A lot of people were on me about not having this one too low. I mean, Tarrant, and Servalan getting it on. Okay. I mean,
interesting. Yep.
The idea of the sand was an interesting concept for sure.
Yes.
Very science fiction. Cool
Very
idea.
Science fiction.
Great idea as often are, but just not one of my. Nothing wrong. There was some good lines in there.
That's okay. That's a good rating.
47 is Dawn of the Gods. Callie again. With again an old
being used for her telepathy.
An old villain from R&R has one of the greatest lines in the series of all of them though. When Villa wakes up early before that, actually a good exchange between Tarrant and Avon when he says, "One day, Avon, I may have to kill you." He goes, "It has been tried." And then he sees Villa's waking up, and his first thing he sees Avon's face. He goes, "I'm in hell." And it's full of Avons.
God, I love this show. I'm going to go rewatch it again.
The lines are just amazing. 44, Volcano. Again, Michael Gall's in it. Hey, man. Alfred, Celestial Toymaker. Not much of a story to write home about other than that, though. 2.5 stars. The Keeper, again, the preamble to and the setup for Star 1. Not a whole lot to go on in that one either. Jenna gets a little bit to do in this one, though. And some of the stuff with Avon and Callie is pretty good.
She looks great in that dress in that episode. Wowzers.
Does. Wowzers and deetsers. Back to the 4th season with Warlord, the penultimate episode of the series. Not a whole lot great going on there. Some good Avon moments and stuff like that. Poor old Tarrant, man. That dude cannot catch a break.
True.
And I like Tarrant. A lot of people don't like him. I like Tarrant. He had to be there to be somebody for Avon to fight with.
Yep.
The sexist episode that I actually do like. I gave it 3.5 stars. Number 41, Power. When Avon utters one of his greatest lines ever after shooting this woman, when she says, "That's the obvious answer for the man, the hammock. If you didn't want the answer, you shouldn't have asked the question." Greatness. And
I love that episode.
Get to see Sulin running around and great stuff. Number 40, Cygnus Alpha. The 3rd episode of the series, anything where Brian Blessed is shouting is great, no matter how the story is. Some good stuff between Avon and Jenna in particular.
Yep.
But not the greatest of episodes, but still 3.5 stars. Good. And look, we're at 3.5 stars already. So even though it's way down the list, it's one I like a lot. So anyone who makes their ranking. 39, Mission to Destiny, a murder mystery on a ship. It's kind of cool to see Avon and Callie getting to do something like that, but it's kind of a filler type of an episode. I've never really loved it that much. I mean, Avon's great in it, but he did hit the woman who was the murderer, and then says, "You better get out of here." I really rather enjoyed that.
Yep.
Okay, because Avon is a bastard.
Yep.
Number 38. Star Drive. Then this is a hated episode amongst many fans of Blake 7 because they think it's goofy and stupid. I like the space rats because they were ridiculous.
They were
I like the fact. Well, I love the fact that they had to hide behind an asteroid to try to, because the ship is this. They've just started with Xenon base. The ship is they've got this Scorpio. They're not used to that super power. They don't have the super powerful Liberator anymore, and they've got to get a star drive for this thing, or they're going to be sitting ducks for the Federation.
Yep.
And it's a pretty interesting idea. It's a fun episode with 4 stars from me.
And the ending was
yes, it's when he has to connect the star drive when Dr. Plaxton puts it. And again, as this, Paul Darrow has confirmed, he said they wanted him to say when they said, "What about Dr. Plaxton?" Because he says, "We can outrun that boat. She's dead either way." And so he connects it. She dies. And they said, "What about Dr. Plaxton?" And they wanted him to say, "Doctor Who?" But he wouldn't do it. Paul Darrow said, "I'm not saying that." So he just says, "Who?" And it ends because he's a bastard.
That was a great shock. I love that.
I love that. It was disturbing. Games at number in game to Belkov. Just an interesting, kind of a fun, nothing of an episode really, but it was fun. It had some good scenes with the crew. 36, Deliverance. Avon becomes a deity. We first meet Insor's son, setting. This is basically a setup for the episode Orac, but with some good stuff in it. Number 35, Gold at 4.5 stars. Now this one, it's just kind of a fun heist romp, but the last scene maybe makes it deserve to be higher. But it's at 4.5 stars. It's at number 35 when Avon finds out he basically manipulates everybody. And he says 10 billion in cash and an outside chance of killing Serverland, which rather I didn't risk your lives or whatever. And basically we find out that the money's no good, that they'd stolen. They went to all of that trouble, always got himself killed. I even like the scene when he talks to Serverland because he hates her. And yet he's smiling. He goes, "That was a very good trap, the black gold." She goes, "I knew you'd like it. That you have all find my work, appreciate my work. It means a lot to me," or whatever. He's got that smiling at her. That was a great trip. And
Didn't
then
they throw the money at the end all over?
Sulin throws the money up into the air and it's flying down. And you see, we just risked our lives to make Serverland rich. And that Paul Darrow's holding the money and he starts laughing that laugh and it ends. Oh,
yep.
4th season had a lot of episodes where it ended with Avon's face just looking, because he's going crazy by this point. I love it.
So true. So true.
I love that. It's episode 34, Shadow. Fighting the mafia, the space mafia. And one of my favorite lines in that is when Blake is being fanatical. Basically, when they said, "What are we going to do if they, to get these people to help us?" He says, "We'll use force if necessary." And Avon says, "Force? Yes, of course. Lawmakers, lawbreakers. Let us fight them all. Why not?" I love it. Callie with telepathy again, though. That kind of hurt the episode with me. Being used through Orac by the shadow drug thingies. Interesting. It was a good science fiction story. But the telepathy stuff, Jesus.
I know.
Because I
it was inconsistent, too.
I feel the same way.
That was a problem. And that you forgot that she had those powers. Callie had those powers. And then, wait, that's right. She has telepathy, right?
Yes. So. Like all people from Auron, At least she's not like half this or half that kind of stuff. So, 33, Children of Auron. Speaking of Auron, now not a telepathy episode, a really pretty good one, where we find out that Serverland. If you want to know how evil this character is, you watch this episode. If you have any doubts how evil Serverland is, she basically gives the plague to a whole planet so she can use their facilities to make her own children.
Yeah,
she is a monster.
Yeah.
And I love her. One of the greatest characters you're ever going to see in any show ever.
Yeah.
The character of Servalan. We don't know anything about any other name, just Servalan. Supreme Commander Servalan, later President Servalan, later Commissioner Sleer. Jacqueline Pierce is unreal as in this role. It's so good.
There's no one better.
Someone made a good point. After this episode, when her babies, are all, killed by that renegade jerkweed. She wears black ever since in every episode after this.
And that's a huge thing too, because when you meet her and she walks in that slip of a satin dress, her nipples are sticking out, and she is stick thin and just absolutely gorgeous. She looks like something out of the apocalypse. She's she's a horseman. She's just the woman she has stunning beauty, and the way that she plays her costumes and just even her lipstick, every single thing about her, it's like Darth Vader but a woman, and Darth Vader but smarter.
She has no decency. She
has nothing.
Brilliant. She's brilliant in the role. Yep.
Oh God. And yet she's irresistible in the role. I mean, just 32.
She's sexy, but she's evil. You know how much scary it is to think about the fact that this woman is so gorgeous, so incredibly beautiful and sexy, and able to seduce anyone.
She uses men
romantically or otherwise. Points, and the way she uses men, she's terrible to men. She treats them like they're like Kleenex. And yet
she's fallen in love too, though.
Yes, and she was also very hurt at the whole idea that she would never have offspring. That's the one time when you were like, when you looked at her and you're like, wow, you have feelings, but only for yourself. Okay, I understand.
She's incredible. Number 32, The Way Back, the premiere episode, the pilot. In a way, it's basically just to set the series in motion and tell you about Blake. But it does a pretty good job of that, exemplifying the horrifying way he gets set up since they don't want to martyr him as a reformed character and to try to destroy his reputation. Very mature, it made a lot of sense. It worked, what they set him up for. But the character of Raj Blake at the end of the episode sent off to Cygnus Alpha. So still a very solid
murder.
Opener.
I think was the most horrifying thing about this episode.
The opening brutal
chilling
murder by the stormtroopers, basically the troopers.
And the lawyer, the public defender, and
and the murder of the lawyer.
Like, wow, this is a serious series. So,
but it definitely it's a high quality storytelling, because at that point you have no choice. You love Blake because you take up his cause instantly. You see this mass murder, and then you see what happens to that defender and even his wife.
Kill his wife.
You're just so appalled. You're like, yeah, go get him, Blake. We're behind you, Blake.
Yep.
And they manipulate his mind, that whole aspect.
And you wonder how many times he's been rewritten.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know. Yep.
No, we never find out.
Number 31, Bounty. Solid, good episode, 5 stars. It's again, I like President Sarkov. I like the stuff with whatever those pirates that took over the ship, and a little bit of Jenna's past and stuff. So a pretty good all around good episode.
That's a great episode.
Yes, indeed. Number 30, another 5-star, of course, Rescue. You can say what you want about the silliness of the Portrait of Dorian Gray story in it, but I think that it's pretty good. I really like the guy, Burridge, whatever the guy playing Dorian, and this is fresh off of, of course, the premiere of the 4th season, fresh off of Terminal, that shocking Terminal episode.
Yep.
And I like Rescue, though. It's a good setup. We first meet the gorgeous Sulin. It is a crazy, far-fetched plot with Dorian, but I like it. And we first see our first appearance of Slave and the Scorpio and the Xenon base. 29, Voice from the Past. More telepathy, but at least it's not Kelly. It's Blake being used by Servalan, and a plot between they're enemies, but they're working together. Servalan and Travis. I really thought that was a cool idea. Him, Travis disguised as Siobhan.
There's a cyborg showing his. Is that what his arm is?
He was a former leader. Like he was disguised as a former resistance leader.
Yeah,
but he had the mask on and stuff. I think Travis is coming into his own at this point. I mean, I love the first Travis, but I think Brian Croucher started to do a really good job as well. 27. I'm 28. Sorry. Redemption. The Borg. Oh, excuse me. The system. Many years before the Borg. We find out the origins of the Liberator, who created it. Why? Not all things are answered, but we know now where. We don't know who the Liberator was fighting when it was found, but we do know where the Liberator came from, which was something they were leading up to the whole first season.
And it actually helps to extend the story, and it makes the story make more sense, and it even makes the story even more science fiction-y. And I love this episode because of that, because then all these questions where you're like, are they ever going to answer these questions? And then this episode takes care of it nicely and leaves you more inspired to be pushing on the walls of your imagination even more, to fill in the gaps, to make even more world building happening in your own mind. And for me, that's magical. I love this episode for that.
Tell me that the TNG writers weren't thinking about this episode when they created the Borg, because this came out way before that.
Yeah.
Just saying. Not that it wasn't. There are a lot of other things they were taken from, but I mean the system.
Yeah,
Borg are very similar. Anyway, too bad we never went back to them. Number 27, Jewel, Arena, but on Blake 7, and I jokingly say at 5.5 stars that it is a rip of Arena, but if you're going to rip it, do it well, and it is their take on Arena, the story, the plot, but they do a fantastic job with it. I love the characters of the Cinephar and the other old witch. We love the wonderful mutoid lady because she's just gorgeous.
Wowzers.
One of the great Avon lines. I have never understood why it is necessary to become irrational in order to prove that you care, or indeed why it should be necessary to prove it at all. Is that an insult, or did I miss something? You missed something. Before that, what did he say? He said, what fight? Blake is sitting up in a tree, Travis is sitting up in another tree. Unless they're planning to throw nuts at one another, I don't see much of a fight coming. Developing.
God, I love it.
I love Avon.
Great job on this slide, Clobbering Times.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. I think you look kind of crappy because I'm bad at this sort of thing, but thank you.
No, it's good.
And the mutoid.
Oh, I love her. Woo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Smoke show.
And Travis, who had had a thing for her there. Number 26, Horizon. I am not expendable. I am not stupid, and I'm not going. No, I didn't load the clip. Sorry.
You didn't load the clip. Raquel, you load the clip well.
Oh, I don't even have it anymore.
Oh, it's in the private chat.
Hold on.
No. You don't have to do that, Raquel.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Oh,
it's not in there. I don't see it in the private chat. Oh, that's because
because you came back in and out.
I came back in later. I don't have it. Don't worry about it.
I'll throw it back in, but we'll play it at the end of the show, maybe.
Anyway, great episode, 5.5 stars, because Avon, the whole crew goes down and gets their dumb asses caught when they shouldn't even gone to the planet. They were going on to go take a rest somewhere, but Blake had to be nosy. They go down, they get their asses caught, and who has to bail them out but Avon?
Yeah, he's so mad.
And I love the scene where he's asking Orak for the probability.
Yeah.
Of the odds of what would happen if he took off by himself and left everybody, which he had no intention of doing. But he was playing with it because he was trying to talk himself out of it.
Yep.
But and then he finds out that 3 Federation pursuit ships have been alerted by this jackass down here at the bottom. So he needs help, because you need a number of people to handle the ship the size of the Liberator.
Right. Yeah.
And they're all down on the planet being slaves. So he asks. He's about to leave because Orak tells him, "You got food. You can last you 1,000 years as long as you stay reasonably away from don't do all the foolish stuff Blake does by going looking for fights. You could stay out there indefinitely." And he knows it. And he's gonna let money, all that valuables on the Liberator.
Yep.
But he sees that there are 3 ships coming and he needs help. He can't get into a combat situation without the others. And so when he realizes that, he laughs his ass off. that I'm going to need them after all.
Yep.
And he thinks he's laughing at himself. That scene where he sees it there, he can handle attack from no less than 3 pursuit ships, and he goes, "How many ships are coming? Zen, there are 3 ships." He just starts laughing and like, "Oh well, let me go get them." And he goes down there and just gets them like that, saves them, and just because he's just so smart, and he knows where all the traps are because he finds a way to detect them. Just great stuff. So I'm trying to get that. I downloaded it.
Okay, yeah, it's tough to do. You're always pretty amazing at doing 2 things at once. So.
No, not me.
It's true.
No,
you are, yeah.
Gotta find my where are you?
Where did you go?
Oh, there it is.
And Urs is asking about where you can get Blake 7 on DVD. Unfortunately, there was a series, years ago, but it's out of print. But you can get Region 2 if you look on Amazon. I'm finding the link. But I think it's actually, as much as I love having, a DVD, physical media, if you sub to BritBox for 2 months, you could probably get through the series twice. I mean,
there are only 52 episodes. So.
Yeah, the BritBox is only $7 a month, give or take.
Yep, courtesy of the great Mark D with a C from this classic line that was I've seen on bumper stickers at cons from the great character Avon.
What about you?
What about me?
Why don't you go?
You are expendable.
And you're not?
No, I'm not. I am not expendable. I'm not stupid, and I'm not going.
When I saw that line, I'm like, this is so...
I love it. I love it.
This is so good. Yep.
We're in the top 25 now, folks. We'll try to speed it along here. Number 25, Assassin, 6 stars. We're down to 6-star category, folks. Like I said, 7 is the highest. But let's see here. I love it. This episode, some great Serverland, a bit of a great Serverland moment, but a lot of great character stuff on the crew with the crew. Great idea, the character of Kensa, the killer assigned to that's hired to kill the crew. So top-notch episode here. Love it. Number 24, Hostage. This is got me in trouble with Max Redstone. This is his number 1.
It is a good episode.
It's great. I mean, I love the episode. Planet X-Bar. Don't hate me too much there, Maxie. Well, thank you so much, Pleasant Valley Picker. You're very nice of you to say. And forgive me if I'm not seeing the chat much, folks. My eyes are on the pictures over here, so I can't see my chat. But anyway, yeah, great episode. Travis, trying to trick the Liberator crew in there. He wants to steal the Liberator. And your favorite bit, of course, Max, the word, and of course, the word. He loved it. He was putting that in the chat last night. And Bonnie Villa goes, teleport! Yes, anyway, so number 23 is Time Squad. First appearance of Callie with a side story of some crazy assassin, gestation unit from an old ship that creates makeshift assassins like in seconds. Great, fascinating science fiction concept. It really was.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me for 1 second, please, boss.
Yes.
Zacharat, good night. And thank you so much for being here and enjoy the new episode.
Good night, Zacharat.
Take care. Thank you so much, Zacharat. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Number 22, Headhunter. It could probably be arguably higher, 6 stars. I love this story. I love the whole thing with the Muller's android and Orak and Sulin, the stuff with Orak and Sulin basically conspiring, and Avon's arrogance at the end being exposed by Orak.
Yeah, that's a good episode.
Yes. When he says, shut up to Orak, and he goes, yes, master.
Yeah.
Number 21, Breakdown. The great Julian Glover. Gan goes nuts. His limiter implant in his head, making him murderous. Mm-hmm. They go to space station X-72. XK-72, whatever it was, to find a surgeon who can operate them. They go across a very dangerous zone of space, at least Zen thinks it's dangerous. They lose control of the ship because Zen won't help them. Your order reduces to an order to self-destruct. So they have to go without computers and stuff across this thing. They almost get themselves killed. And they think they're about to die. And we got one of the great exchanges of all time in Blake 7 when Avon says, and Blake, in the unlikely event we get through this, I'm finished. Remaining with you requires a degree of stupidity I no longer feel myself capable. Now you're just being modest. I love the episode. Right. And again,
Mackany Draws just walks through the door.
Hey there, Mackany Draws.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for popping in. It's always a pleasure. And of course, Avon threatening Blake, threatening the guy at the end to hurry up and get done with his operation on Gan, or he shall destroy his hands.
Yeah.
You don't tell a surgeon that, brain surgeon, that neurosurgeon. What a wackadoodle he was.
We have a yucky.
I'm sorry. Someone will.
We got a lot of mods here. They'll drop.
Yeah.
Thank you, mods.
Yep.
Yeah, this is back in that season 1 when we have Little John, and we still have lots of flashes of that classic Robin Hood tale and that classic Robin Hood storytelling. I love this actor, and I love what he brought to the show. And I was horribly crushed when he died.
I love Gan. Yeah, Gan, and I got he's the only one. He's the only one I ever got to meet.
Yeah.
He's the only one I ever got to meet.
Do you remember me texting you at 3:00 in the morning? I was like devastated that they killed him. I was so upset.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, Mackany Draws said I'm monetized. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats on that.
That's great news.
Way to go, awesome. Man. Yeah, so nice you hit 1,000. Congrats.
Congrats big time. Number 20 is Seek, Locate, Destroy. The first appearance of 2 great characters, Servalan and Travis.
Mm-hmm.
Proper Travis, as Hunger Boy likes to call him. I think it was Hunger Boy saying that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just we also learned a lot about how Blake, Blake's a little bit more about Blake's origin. Stephen Greif is terrific as Travis, and again, look. I admit to my prejudice of not really liking short hair women that much, but it just looks fantastic on her. Well, and it's not a buzz cut at this point either. Gorgeousness of Servalan. Great setup episode, as they were doing a lot of those at the time. 6.5 stars. And number 19, Project Avalon. I love this episode. It's a brilliant story. There's Glynis Barber as a mutoid years before she would play Sulin. And 6.5 episodes of stars, of course. And it has one of the great exchanges of all time when Avon is advising Blake of the planet, telling him about it, and Blake asks, does it support the intelligent life? And Avon says, does the Liberator? One of the best.
I burst out laughing when he said that.
Yeah.
I love it. Number 18, Spacefall. The second episode, first appearance of my, aside from the trinity of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, my all-time favorite TV character, Avon. Also, we first get to see Gan, Sub-Commander Raker. I love this episode. This is you have to bookend it with, the way back in Cygnus Alpha as a 3-parter that really sets the stage for the series. But this is the meat of it right here. This is how they first appearance of the Liberator. My God, love this episode. 6.5 biggins. So we're almost there, folks. Try to go fast. Number 17, Death Watch. Great performance by Stephen Pacey as not only him as Del Tarrant, but Dieter Tarrant, his brother. I thought this was a fun story, interesting story, and the Teal Vandar Confederacy and all that stuff. But the highlight, of course, Avon and Servalan. Of course it is, when he sneaks in on her and tells her he knows what she's up to, trying to get these 2 planets to go to war. Yeah. He says, your plan had better be fireproof, Servalan, or I'll see you burn with it. And then he kisses her.
Yeah.
This big passionate, cruel kiss. And she goes, threatening an arbiter is a convention violation. He goes, so report me. And then he beams out, teleports out, and she says, I'll overlook it this time. And then she looks, got this smile on her face. After all, it's not a major offense. The look on her face. Oh my God, I love the.
I remember
relationship
how
between these
shocked
two.
I was. I was like, "Oh no, this can't be happening. If these people get together, they can't even show each other their naughty bits. The world will explode."
Well, that's why Hungry Boy is hungry for more of the evil romance betwixt Servalan and Avon. Well, you got some there, buddy.
Right.
I love that scene. That's one of the great scenes in the series. Number 16, Orbit. Oh my goodness. Villa weighs 73 kilos, Avon. And that look on him goes,
Yeah.
Villa. And Villa heard it.
Yeah.
Of course, I love the Gorian and the Tachyon funnel. All that's great stuff. The scenes with the Gorian and Servalan are great. But man, that scene at the end where Avon, by the way, I saw some episode of some science fiction show. I don't know if it was like an Outer Limits or whatever, one of those later ones that ripped this off, did the same exact story. But anyway,
Really?
at the end with someone had to be shoved off the
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Yeah, but
I don't remember
Anyway,
that.
there was.
I don't know
yeah,
if they were
yeah.
trying to kill each other, but again, Avon gave himself away though because he always talks to Villa like a piece of shit. In this one, he's like, Villa, please help me. I thought I did it, but I need your help. Please help me, Villa. He's trying to call him out. That's the last way you try to get Villa to come out there. Look at Villa crying. They said that the network didn't want him to do that. Great Robert Holmes wrote this one. They didn't want Michael Keating to cry. It was too
It's scary.
serious, too scary. That he was
Do you remember
that
when Mark
Avon would kill him.
walkie-talkied us and we were like, and he was like, okay, well, that crossed over a line.
Is that the one, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where Mark was like, that crossed over a line for me. Like Avon crossed over a line. There, I can't think of Avon the same way ever again. It's not fun anymore. And I remember thinking to myself, I totally agree, Mark. Like at that point, I was like, you don't know what Avon would have done. And it's really scary.
Yeah, but I think he was psychologically giving himself away by acting that way because otherwise he said, "Hey, Villa, get your ass in here."
Yes.
Yeah.
And
but that was terrifying episode.
Remember when he found it?
Yeah.
He found the speck of neutron material.
Yeah.
Villa, I really do know how they did it. I mean, he was just but then that ending when he goes, "It's a trip I won't forget, Avon." Well, you know what you all, because he said earlier in the episode, he's quoting from something that Villa said to him at the beginning. He says, "You know, I like to stay with you, Avon, where it's safe." Well, he says, "Well, you know what you always say, Villa. You know you are safe with me, Bob." And by the way, there was an unshot script, and I read it a long time ago that they didn't have for an episode where Avon got caught on some planet and the others were tired of his crap. They weren't going to go and save him, and Villa kidnapped them all and forced them to go save Avon because he didn't trust everybody else.
Yeah.
He actually ended up forcing the others to save Avon's bacon because not because he loved Avon so much, because he knew he needed him, because he didn't trust the other ones.
Yeah.
That's this show. They don't live in an altruistic universe, Blake said.
No, they don't. And the characters are too complex for that sort of nonsense. But when he crawls into that intake vent and closes the gate behind him, and you just look at the look on Villa's face, it's pretty
terrifying. Yeah.
At that point,
it's
like you're not watching a TV show. At that point,
scary.
you're not even watching a stage play. At that point, you're really thinking to yourself, wow, this is like Alive, where you know the story of what happened to those people in Alaska. This is you actually being faced with this type of a choice. And I think a lot of people would like to say how they would react, and they're pretty sure about it. You know, like the kind of person that would have a pint in a pub and be yelling what they would do from the top of the rafters. But I don't think anyone knows what they would do unless they were in this situation. And the fact that it touched Mark in that same way as it touched me shows how powerful this episode is. This episode is scary, especially for adults. And the more intelligent you are, and the more doubting of yourself you are, and the more you want to learn, and the more doubting you are of yourself, the more you get out of this episode. And it can be terrifying when you realize what's being philosophically said here, what's being proposed here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was. I'm trying to find the what it was based on, but it was a short story, obviously, classic short story where they had to jettison one of the crew members to be able to take off from the planet, but everyone's going to die if they don't jettison one of those cast member crew members.
I've heard of stuff like that before. It was been done. Yeah. Number 15.
We did it on Enterprise too, right? It was on Ent as well.
Yeah.
Right.
You mean Shuttle Pod 1?
Yeah.
Sort of like that, but they weren't. One of them was going to kill the other. They were fighting on over.
Yeah.
They were noble. They were fighting on over who.
Yeah. So if that sort of thing freaks you out, then Orbit is next level, folks. It's like it's on a whole other level.
Hungry Boy said this is his second favorite thing, so I love it. I mean, it's
good.
Brutal, but I love it. Number 15, Orak.
Yay!
First appearance of Insular and Orak, and last appearance of the proper Travis, as he's called. Although I did like the second Travis. I'm just saying, receiving Greif's last appearance as Travis. A classic scene there, of course, when Travis is about to shoot, with permission from the Supreme Commander, I might add, shoot Blake and Callie, and then he gets his hand shot off, and Avon says, "Don't move." And Blake says, "Good shot, Avon." He goes, "I was aiming for his head," which they did an homage to on a Firefly episode. Jane did the same thing. Jane should have shot a gun out of a guy's hand that was about to shoot Mal. Mal goes, "Good shot, Jane." He goes, "I was aiming for his head."
It took me a while to warm up to second Travis. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't sure about second Travis because I had a relationship with first Travis. But Clubby, that I'm like this. It's so hard for me.
I know it's tough for all of us.
Yeah.
Stephen Greif was brilliant. I mean,
yeah.
But I hear Brian Croucher is a lovely guy, and everyone, all his fans, he's really nice to his fans. Great guy.
Mm-hmm.
Number 14, Power Play, the third in the Star One Aftermath Power Play trilogy.
Yeah.
7 stars. Now we're in 7-star category, folks. I love this episode. Our introduction to Terran, he does pop up at the end of Aftermath right before it, but our introduction to the character of Del Tarrant. Michael Sheard is in it, the great Michael Sheard, who has been in multiple Doctor Who, Blake 7, The Empire Strikes Back, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And the guy's been all over the place, and just saying. So he's even on this. Great episode, a lot of fun, and I love at the end when Callie and Villa are just barely rescued in the nick of time from the organ bank, and they're both lying on the unconscious.
That's
and
awful.
Avon comes up. He says, "This one is this one is Callie. I will introduce you more properly when she's awake. This one is Villa. I should really introduce him now. He's at his best when he's unconscious."
Yeah, this is a scary episode.
And it is. Yeah, the Federation has been. I mean, Federation kills the Death Squad has taken over the Liberator, and the stuff with that organ and on the other planet, Chenga, with the primitives and the high techs and the organ bank. It was pretty scary stuff, and again, more evil Servalan. Woo.
Yes.
Woo. So I love this episode.
Blissfully walking down the hall.
And I love at the end when Avon it says, "Let's get on with it. So introduce yourselves to Zen," meaning Dana and Del, then Tarrant. He's making them part of the crew. And they did. And he says, "Welcome to the Liberator." And Villa says, "And you are welcome to it." And Callie says, "Oh, would you rather be a load of spare parts down there?" And then Avon says, "Oh, one spare part up here." I got to note the great Avon bits from every episode. I can't help it. Number 13, Killer. Oh, man. Tot from Raiders of the Lost Ark. The bad guy is, of course, Ron Lacey, Avon's old friend. Another great Robert Holmes script. Robert Holmes apparently loved the pairing of Avon and Villa. This is an Avon and Villa episode. Although this is a Blake side story that's excellent, too. This is very science fiction about that plague, genetically engineered to basically confine humans to their own planet, which they surmise later. But man, the Avon and Villa stuff, so many great lines, including Villa saying "nice" when Avon holds out the hand of friendship, watches with the hand. That's the one with the hammer.
Yeah.
Avon's blackmailing this dude to help them get a TP crystal for the Federation. So I love this one. And let's see here. Number 12, Gambit. Another Robert Holmes classic. I love the fact that Orac has PIM particles inside him. He can shrink.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah.
A fun episode that has got all kind of great character stuff. Servalan and Krantar, I love the interaction between those two characters, of course.
Yeah.
This is where I really think Brian Croucher is starting to shine as Travis. He's really made the character his own. He's really good in it. We got Deep Roy, folks. Deep Roy's in it.
Mm-hmm.
The cute.
Yep.
And the speed chess bit, the breaking. I love how they got all this serious business going on, trying to find out where Star One is on the one hand, but all Avon and Villa care about is busting the casino.
Yeah, it's so
Korak
true.
to do it, to read the computers.
Yeah.
So much fun. And that scene when Avon spits up his food when it's announced that that Villa's gonna challenge the clue at speed chess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Great
Classic.
scene.
Yeah.
I laughed my ass off to see that.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Number 11. We'll roll around here. I'm sorry I'm taking so long for one. City at the Edge of the World. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm not being able to see, by the way, I know anyone disagreeing with me. It's not that I'm avoiding you. I'm trying to get this done quick, and I can't look at the chat and get it done quick, so I apologize about that. But City at the Edge of the World, the great Colin Baker performance, Babe on the Butcher, the Villa episode. You know, he said his kids were always getting crap from the kids at school because Villa was a coward. And he said it was finally they gave me an episode where I could be the hero. And it's his favorite one. Michael Keating, who was always terrific as Villa. I love Villa, but he actually is heroic in this one, even though he doesn't want to be.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great humor in it. I love Carol, the gun-toting girlfriend who he screwed up and didn't go with her like he should have.
Yes.
What a sad ending for him. But
imagine what his life would have been.
Well, I love how he said at the ending when he said, thinking he was talking to himself, I think I've just made the biggest mistake of my life. And then and all that comes, I doubt it. I think there are probably many great mistakes to be made by someone with your obvious capacity for them. And he pulls one and says, shut up, Orac. Still, it's a comforting thought. Let's hope they all have good legs. I love Villa. Number 10 in the top 10, folks. Pressure Point. Now I want to cry just looking at this. The death of Gan. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
so many layers.
Shock.
Well, there's so many layers to this episode because you got the Kasabi Servalan, Servalan's old teacher, Kasabi, whom she hates. And she basically sees her, tortures her to death because she's such an evil, sadistic biatch.
Yeah.
And in her drugged, dying moments, I love the scene where it's palpable, where Kasabi tells her, I'm sorry, sir. She apologizes to Servalan, of all people, who needs to. I should have tried to help you if I'd known you were as sick as you were. Because basically, Servalan is a sick individual. And Servalan did not understand. It affected her, but did she not understand what the woman was saying to her?
Yeah.
That the Federation is made up of sick creatures like that.
Yeah.
Travis getting basically getting it all over Blake, laughing at him, saying, yeah, Blake thought he had done it. He'd beaten the Federation, and there was nothing there at Central Control. The conversation at the beginning where Avon and Blake talk about who's going to control the Liberator when Blake wins. Just so much great stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Classic.
But a sad episode too.
Poor Gan. Number 9, Weapon. Oh my goodness, Emmy Pack. What a concept. The beam where you could just shoot a little bitty, invisible nothing into someone's body, a little micro, and that can be detonated anywhere up to 1 million miles.
Yeah.
An extraordinary concept. I love the character of Carnell, that they have some, those exchanges between Servalan and Carnell are terrific. Rich Bowser is a great writer. He used this character even in a Doctor Who novel even. I love the character of Kozar, and I love that girl. The servant girl that is with him. Great concept episode. Brilliant story.
JT Kirk is saying, is the Queen in the top left? I think he's asking about more background on Servalan.
Yeah, Servalan. Servalan is the supreme commander at this point, supreme commander of the Federation forces. She later becomes president, and then later comes back as a commissioner. And so, yes, her name is Servalan. Jack, played by the wonderful Jacqueline Pierce. she's one of the greatest characters of anything I've ever seen. She's amazing, and she's brilliant.
evil.
Yeah, and he asked, was
good.
she in V? No, she's not in V. But
Was she in V?
I think,
no.
But I think that character,
Jane Bandler.
Diana, is some inspiration there.
She may
I'm
have been
sure.
inspired by Servalan.
Yeah.
I
You've
wouldn't
been
be
inspired by
surprised.
her yet?
She sure acts like her, doesn't she? A little over the top, but yeah. Number 8, Aftermath. Oh my goodness, the beginning of the 3rd season. Goodbye, Blake. Hello, Avon as the main character. Dana Mellenby. Some unbelievably great scenes between Avon and Servalan.
Oh yeah.
So many good scenes, especially when she's kissing him. She's telling him all the stuff they're going to do. She thinks she's going to get Orak and the Liberator. She thinks she's got him like she has every other man she's ever gone after and manipulated. And what happens? After he kisses her, she thinks she's got him, right? Then he puts his hand around her throat and then pushes her to the ground. Imagination, my only limit. I'd be dead in a week.
Shut down.
Oh my God. There's so much great stuff in this episode. But most of it is, again, because of Avon and Servalan. Because you don't look, these are two great characters that you almost never get to see them together. Servalan's out doing her thing, trying to catch everybody. So to get an episode where both of them, that's the only episode you really get with the two of them spending a lot of time together. And it's fantastic.
Yeah. It's definitely sexually charged. It's electric. They have great chemistry on screen.
Oh, absolutely. Love it. Number 7 of Black 7. The Harvest of Kairos. One of my all-time favorite characters, Jarvik, Ben Jarvik. And I love the science fiction concept of the rock Sopron. Avon saves the day, even though he seemed out of it most of the episode. It's more like a Tarrant episode. Actually, it's all over the place. But it's really an episode about this character, Ben Jarvik, who basically takes over for Servalan and her incompetent, idiot drones working for her. There's a lot said in this episode about having these mindless men and heartless mutoids working for you all the time, as he calls them.
Yep.
God, this episode is so well written.
And how about the ending there too?
That's what I'm saying. He's such a great character, and then boom.
Yeah, I was like, what? Wait, what?
I loved him. I wanted to see him on the show.
I thought they was going to set him up as a main character. Same thing with a doctor in Star Drive. I'm like, they're going to set up a potentially really interesting character that I'd love to see more of. And boom, gone. Nope. Yep.
Remember, and then when she's got power of life and death of everybody in the fleet, and he looked at her. And he's talking to her basically like she's nothing, and she's saying, "Do you have nothing to say to Servalan?" He goes, "Woman, you're beautiful," and grabs her and kisses her.
Yeah, I was like, wowzers.
She says, "Take this primitive to the holding cells," and then he just laughs, and eventually, she begins to believe in him because he takes the Liberator. He's a very deeply philosophical, troubled man who stopped being in the military, but somehow, for some reason, he decides maybe he can reach her. He talks to her a lot in the episode about life and trying to see if there's some decency there. He's got to know there isn't, but he's not a murderer. He has a lot of honor. He's not a mass murderer. He's not like the Federation thug at all, even though Avon calls him that. Tarrant knows him. He's trained with him. And then there's this scene later, after she now believes in him, she says, "There's just one more thing. There's the question of that degrading act I was subjected to on the flight deck." And he looks at her. "I should like you to do it again."
Yeah. What a great line.
Oh, yeah. You just imagine them having sex on every couch, every counter, every table, every chair, every floor, every empty hallway.
In anti-grav.
Like these two are clawing at each other like animals, and she is doing it to, she's such a Black Widow. It's like she doesn't love him, but at times you can feel like she respects him in some aspects, but just not enough to love him or care about him. So she just completely uses him.
I don't know. I mean, by the way, she said, "Imagine, folks, there's none of that happening in this episode," and they didn't have time. So
No, but
imagine,
that's
Jesus.
what I'm saying about how well this is
I know.
written is you
Yeah, I
feel
know.
the electricity of the relationship she has with people, and you push beyond the walls of the stage. You push beyond the walls of the story, and you start
Yeah.
world building all on your own. And that's what really good episodic or short story does. It's because you imagine their very powerful, electric sexual attraction, and the fact that they're both really intelligent, and you wonder how they're either going to use one another, tear one another apart. This isn't like a simple like TV show. There's a lot of stuff happening here. Because the dialogue is so intense, the relationships are intense, and you feel risk in them. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's not the same way for him, for her. And she sees him as something different. No one ever stands up to her. So you get killed if you stand up to
she
her.
loved that. That turned her on.
And she actually liked that he stood up to her. He didn't get improper. He showed honor. She didn't understand all of his ethics, but she kept asking him. She has no tolerance for any of that kind of stuff, but he fascinated her.
Yeah.
And he told her, he picked her up, threw her on the couch, put his arm around his hand around her neck, and just sit down and shut up. He told her to shut up. He kept telling her to shut up.
I was waiting for her to pull out a blaster and shoot and shoot her.
Yeah.
You would not expect her to take that SHIT, and yet
exactly. And that was what was fascinating. And he, like I said, he wasn't the kind of guy that was going to just run around having, hey there, Monkey Jeebus, good to see you.
Hey, Monkey Jeebus.
Furry Kitten, hey there, good to see you again.
Hey, Furry Kitten.
Thanks for being here last night. We're almost done. Well, we're getting there. Anyway, I spent too much time on this episode because I love it so much. Jarvik's such a great character. But what's really also brilliant is Avon's bluff at the end that saves their bacon, because they got them, they got caught, and they really got very lucky in this one. And that's a 7 plus 2 pluses episode. And another 7 plus 2 pluses episode. This is the 6th episode, Terminal. My God. We'll speed through these quick, everyone, because I know we stopped. But just a heartbreaking episode. Bye-bye, Liberator. Bye-bye, Zen. Avon,
how could you do that to me?
Avon thinks he's found Blake. She's manipulated by Servalan.
I'm like, what are we going to do without the Liberator?
And it's a clone.
One of the truly great Avon moments when they're all trying to be supportive and all this stuff, but he's doing it to keep them safe. But he just says one last thing: I don't need any of you. I needed the Liberator to bring me this far, but this is as far as you go. I don't want you with me. I don't want you following me. Understand this: anyone who does follow me, I'll kill them. And they believed it. I mean, it's like even because later when they go to follow him, goes, "What are you gonna do if Avon sees you? Duck." Yeah. So Avon screws up. But he gets manipulated. He thought it might be a trap, but he has a conversation with Blake. Of course, we all find out it's in his mind. Anyway, you all know it. If you've seen it, if you hadn't, it's great. And that scene when Zen is dying, a computer, mind you, an artificial being. It's so sad. I love Zen.
Yep.
And you can see even those, like Zen's dying.
Yep.
What was his last line? Wouldn't he finally say? Someone call it someone's. What was his? You'll remember, of course. Zen's.
When Zen was just, he says Blake. He actually said Blake.
But yeah.
But and then that ending though, when Avon, he says she won. I let her take the Liberator. No, she didn't win. We all came up losers. You better watch this, Avon. And he looks because he didn't know. Of course, we don't know how she got off the Liberator. We find out later. But for all we know, boom, she blows up with the Liberator. And they all walk off. Well, let's take a look on this planet. We've got a lot. There's a lot to do. They all walk off, give him a dirty look, and then Avon turns around, walks off, and smiles, laughing that he thinks Servalan's blown up with the ship. Greatness. Number 5.
Max. Yeah. Sorry. Hungry Boys. I knew there was something he never said. He says, "I have failed you. I'm sorry." And Hungry Boy says, "Use the I word." I. That's what I was trying to remember. Yep. Thank you for that.
I failed you. I'm sorry. So someone else. Anyway, here we go. Countdown. Wow, we find out a lot about Avon's past. including the brother of the woman that he loved who died. Or did she? Just a great episode, tense, very dramatic. I love all the stuff between Avon and Del Grant, the brother of the woman he loved. And Del Grant, of course, wants to kill Avon because he thinks Avon got his sister killed it, you know. And when they're going off to take care of one, we'll get moving, I promise. One line I like though was when showing the protectiveness of Blake when he stops Del Grant and says, "Just one thing. If anything happens to Avon, I will come looking for you." Because, you know, Blake is very protective of his friends, even if Avon doesn't consider him a friend.
Yep.
Number 4, Trial. Don't you love a philosophical flea like Zill? And great performance by Brian Croucher. I love Trooper Parr.
Yep.
Just
a great episode.
I love this. I mean, we find out, you know, this is right after Gann dies. Blake putting himself on trial. This is the trial of Travis. And just basically, you know, when he says, it occurred to you that if you get yourself in trouble there, one of your 3 remaining followers may risk his life to save you. You'll have to talk him out of it, won't you? Oh, don't worry, I will. They may even listen to you this time. Why not? After all, I don't get them killed.
Yeah, another classic. Yeah, all these top teners are just all amazing.
Oh my God!
Amazing episodes.
7 and 2. What's wrong with them?
Just yeah. Shout out to Eric K. He's not feeling great, so
Eric K.
Shout out to you. Yeah, hope you know.
Honey,
I know you've
why
been
don't
having.
you go lay down?
Go lay down, bro. Go feel better. We're almost done here anyway.
We can finish up here.
I didn't mean to take us this long. I'm sorry.
I love you, honey. It's
rest
okay if you have to go
yeah.
lay down. You don't have to stay until the end, Eric K. Your
care,
health
bro.
is far more important. Just thank you for being here and thank you for keeping us company. We just love you so much.
Take care, buddy. Feel better, man. Number 3, Star One. I love it. I meant what I said on Garth Avon. We are not going to use Star One to control the Federation. We are going to destroy it. I never doubted that. I never doubted your fanaticism. I can't do it because I can quote there's so many quotes in this episode. I'll do it for an hour. I'll get it in. Anyway, I love this episode. Let's get along because, man, I can quote it all day.
Not arguing with you on that one. Yeah,
Star One, Aftermath, and Power Play, the great trilogy.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite to watch together as a little
movie.
mini movie.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a movie. That goes boom,
I do
boom,
it
boom.
often.
And I hate it. I think I started watching Star One kind of late at night, and I'm like, I gotta watch the next episode now. Like, you
gotta watch Aftermath. And
I watch Blake 7 always late at night. Like it's always a right before bed thing.
Me too, indeedishness. And all that stuff, you know, when basically the last thing Blake says to Avon, for what it is worth, I have always trusted you from the very beginning. I mean, it was, goodbye, Blake. I'm glad I love Avon, so I'm glad he had his own show, but it was great with both of them there. Number 2, Rumors of Death. Oh, if you thought Orbit was gut punching, if you thought Orbit was rough, of course, this is before that, but still. Oh, my God. He goes to get revenge on the guy who he believes tortured the woman he loves to death.
Yeah.
Only to find out, well, rumors of her death have been greatly exaggerated and ends up killing her anyway. Killing her himself.
Tragic, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it just takes
terrible.
too long to go into.
Double agent, yeah.
Terrible.
Horrible.
It would take too long to go into how all the reasons why this 7+ episode is so brilliant and so great.
You should do a show just on your top 10.
Oh, I will probably. Yeah, probably get videos or something.
And you can't fall asleep anyway, you guys.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Eric. Yeah,
sorry,
that sucks.
Honey,
yeah.
I love you. I'm sending you a warm hug. I'm so sorry.
If I can't put you to sleep, dude, that is not good, man. So feel better, buddy. Number 1. So Blake, the very last episode. There's no this should be number 52. I should hate this episode. People should hate this episode. They should revile it. There's absolutely no way. There's no way this episode should be so high, and yet to me, it's just a masterpiece. It's brilliant.
You can't say anything, though. Like, I'm going to put my foot down. You can't say anything because I've been watching the conversations going in the chat all night, and no one has been asking questions. When they have, I've brought the questions forward so that we could handle them for them. But I think that there are at least 3 people who are actually going to watch Blake 7. So you
Okay.
cannot say, Blake, honey.
What is your number one Hungry Boy theater? Number one theater in full. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Yeah. It is weird. It is a weird rating system there. I don't know. I just made it up. It's stupid. Isn't it?
But you're the
No, it's
captain,
not
so you can do
stupid.
whatever you want.
MJ1
a good
Media
one.
is going to bed. MJ1 Media, thank you so much for joining us.
We're right behind you, everyone. We're not gonna. Without it'll take too long to shout everybody out and everyone. So we're just gonna do some show notes and then get out of here because we ran very late. My fault.
Boss.
What?
Look at this. CLOBBERIN
It's on BritBox. Well, we didn't.
I'm trying to get a hold of
Blake
Blake 7 right now. In fact, I think he wants a physical copy, though. It is JT Kirk, right? Like he's a giant nerd. He's gonna want it.
It's you can't.
Tough to get.
You'll have to get a Region 2 player to get the DVDs.
It's never been on Blu-ray as far as I know.
The only way it was ever released in America was in the 90s on VHS, and yes, I still have all my VHS tapes of every episode. But I have, the DVDs. If you can get a Region 2 player, you can get them that way. Or unless you just watch them on BritBox and then see. I'd watch them there first if I were you. If you can, that way you see whether you like them or not. You may not like the show. It may not be for you.
This? What is this? What's
archive.org.
Yeah. Archive.org. I use that all the time. That's an amazing way of watching many.
Yeah. Okay.
And cool. Media. What's the other media? What's the one?
He has a Region 3 player, so you might be able to get that set.
Yeah, see what I mean?
I have
a couple of sets, but they got the ones I ordered. They didn't play well on the player. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry. What?
Well, no, it's a problem. Being posted a link in your show last night too, where you could.
Probably did. Well, yeah.
What's not media? What's the? I'm trying to blank here. What's the website that has a lot of episodes on it? Yeah.
I don't know.
With an I'll find it. I'm getting stream brain right now.
I get almost all my stuff at archive.org.
Yeah, archive.org, and I'll when I find the other one, I'll mention it. But
Captain Time Wars Box said I tweeted out my DVD set so you know what to look for. Mark, okay, there you go. Yeah, it'll never be on Blu-ray.
Thank you.
Never be over here.
And Daily Motion. Sorry, Daily Motion.
It's on Daily Motion. Yeah,
as well. Yeah, but I recommend just do BritBox for $7. I mean.
And that way, if you see if you like it or not, you may not like it. So
Yeah, and the quality is actually really good on.
It is
on BritBox too. I enjoyed watching it there. Yep.
Well, everyone, I want to thank you all so much for being with us tonight. Quick show notes here. Tomorrow morning, I'll be on Loki's Mornings of Mischief. I'm like Spock, Palmer, okay. Streets not watching Kill Me, but I don't get to Planet Blake soon. Fair enough.
Thought you'd like that.
Thank you. I'll see. 8 a.m. in the morning, I'll be on Loki's channel reviewing the Orville with those fellers and those ladies and stuff, and ladies and gentlemen over there. And tomorrow night on Nick's Comic Shop show, I'll be on there reviewing Nova. That'd be, I think, this 8:40 something or 9 something p.m. whatever. Reviewing Nova, the Man Called Nova, the comic from the 70s. And then Saturday night, my wonderful first officer and I will be here reviewing 4 more episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Same. Clobby channel, same. Clobby time, or vice versa.
Dun, 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 dun.
And then Sunday night, of course, Mark D has
Sunday Night Geekery.
Sunday Night Geekery, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
and he has some videos. Go check out those as well, please. Tell them anything.
Yeah, I just posted. Yeah, I just posted a link on that horrible Galactus Funko Pop. I just and then also here. Where's my? Do I have the camera still? I still have. I did a review of this guy here today. It's a cell phone holder, so you can put
please
your
go
cell
to
phone.
Mark D's channel and review.
Yep, and check that out. Yep, I'll put the link to those videos in, and everyone check out Your Old Toys. He's looks like he's new to streaming. He's got 14 subs, so hopefully. I think I'm number 15, and I put the link in. So welcome to the channel. Great hanging out with us.
Welcome
And
Your Old Toys.
Yep. So everyone check
Take
out
care,
his
Your
old
Old
vintage
Toys.
Star Wars stuff. Yep.
And let's see here. Monday night, Mark C Comic Talk. The Great J-Man and I will be reviewing Batman number 321. that CLOBBERIN Classic Comic Review. So thank you all so much for being here with us tonight. We greatly appreciate it, and hope to see you with us again soon. So we'll play out with these important messages and credits. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you, Clobberers.
Night, Ned.
Sorry, everyone, having some technical difficulties.
What about you?
What about me?
Why don't you go?
You are expendable.
And you're not.
No, I'm not. I am not expendable. I'm not stupid, and I'm not going.
Friggin' StreamYards. Good night, everybody.